Testing?
Testing.
Okay, great. Mic works. Okay, so, let's see. Right, so today is Saturday, the 18th of October, 2025. Time is 11:19. Okay, so I've actually got all of the Resident Evil books, so I'll be reading each one in between the games. So I'll play the games first and then read the books. So I've finished Resident Evil 0, so I'm going to read the first book, 0R. So there we go. So reading the books is really cool because it goes into like detail of like the descriptions of the monsters and everything. So it like describes like what zombies smell like and stuff like that. So it's pretty gruesome and cool that way. Let's see. Just wondering if I can do like two at once. Yeah, I'll just focus on Twitch then. Yeah, there we go. Testing.
Testing.
Okay, great. Okay, so Resident Evil 0R by S.D. Perry, the chilling novelization of Resident Evil 0. Before the mansion, before the disaster, evil is born. Sent to investigate a series of grisly murders in Raccoon City, STAR's Bravo team scrambles into action. On the way to the scene, Bravo's helicopter crashes. Although everyone survives, what they discover next is gruesome. An overturned military transport truck riddled with corpses, and that's only the beginning of their nightmare. Bravo team is about to discover the evil that is growing all around them, and rookie member Rebecca Chambers is beginning to wonder what she's gotten herself into. So, no point reading the sample page because it's already in the prologue. So I'll skip that part so I don't have to read it twice. And then there's the author's note. Faithful readers of this series have probably already read this note, but please allow me to repeat myself. You may notice time and /or character discrepancies between the books and the games, or the books and the books for that matter. With the games, comics and novelizations being written, revised and produced at different times and by different people, complete consistency is impossible. I can only apologise on behalf of us all and hope that in spite of chronological errors, you will continue to enjoy the mix of corporate zombies and hapless heroes that makes Resident Evil so much fun to write and, if I'm lucky, to read. Hunger for power is evil's true root. Judith Murray. That's Judith Judith and Murray Moria. Yeah, sorry about my voice. Went yesterday. I couldn't talk at all yesterday. So it's kind of recovering still. Oh, raining. Okay. Prologue. The train swayed and rocked as it travelled through the Raccoon Woods. The thunder of its wheels echoed by a thundering twilight sky. Bill Nyberg rifled through the hardy file, his briefcase on the floor at his feet. It had been a long day, and the gentle rocking of the train soothed him. It was late, after 8, but the Ecliptic Express was mostly full, as it often was for the dinner hour. It was a company train, and since the renovation, Umbrella had gone to great expense to make it classically retro. Everything from velvet seats to chandeliers in the dining car. A lot of employees brought family or friends along to experience the atmosphere. There were usually a number of out-of-towners on board as well. Having caught the connection out of Latham, but Nyberg would have bet the 9 out of 10 of them worked for Umbrella too. With the pharmaceutical giant's support, Raccoon City wouldn't even be a wide spot in the road. One of the car attendants walked past, nodding at Nyberg when he saw the umbrella pin on his lapel. The small pin marked him as a regular commuter. Nyberg nodded back. A flicker of lightning outside was quickly followed by another rumble of thunder. It seemed there was a summer storm brewing. Even in the cool comfort of the train, the air seemed charged, thick with the tension of impending rain. And my coat is in the trunk. Wonderful. His car was at the far end of the station lot too. He'd be drenched before he got halfway across. Sighing, he returned his attention to the file, settling back into his seat. He'd already reviewed the material a number of times, but he wanted to be on top of every detail. A 10-year-old girl named Teresa Hardy had been involved in a clinical trial for a new pediatric heart medication, Valafin. As it turned out, the drug did exactly what it was supposed to do, but it also caused renal failure, and in Teresa Hardy's case, the damage had been severe. She had survived, but would likely spend the rest of her life on dialysis, and the family's lawyer was seeking hefty damages. The case had to be settled quickly. The Hardy family kept quiet before they could drag their ailing, cherub-cheeked moppet in front of a media-packed courtroom, which was where Nyberg and his team came in. The trick was to offer just enough to make the family happy, but not so much as to encourage their lawyer, one of those strip mall "we don't get paid unless you get paid" outfits, to get greedy. Nyberg had a knack for handling ambulance chasers. He'd have it settled before little Teresa got back from her first treatment. It was what Umbrella paid him for. Rain splattered loudly against the window, as though someone had thrown a bucket of water against the pane. Startled, Nyberg turned to look out, just as several dull thumps sounded on the train's roof. Terrific. Had to be a hailstorm or something. A crackle of lightning flickered across the thickening darkness, illuminating the small but steep hill that marked the deepest part of the forest. Nyberg looked up and saw a tall figure silhouetted against the trees at the crest of the hill. Someone in a long coat or robe, the dark fabric rippling in the wind. The figure raised long arms to the raging sky, and the stutter of lightning was gone, plunging the strange, dramatic scene back into darkness. "What the—" Nyberg began, and more water splashed across the glass, except it wasn't water, because water didn't stick in great dark clumps. Water didn't ooze and break apart, revealing dozens of shining needle teeth. Nyberg blinked, not sure what he was seeing, as someone started to scream at the other end of the car. A long, rising wail, as more of the dark, slug-like creatures, each the size of a man's fist, smashed against the window. The sound of hail on the roof went from a patter to a storm, the thunder of it drowning out the screamer, the screams of many now. Not hail. That's not hail. Hot panic shot through Nyberg's body, sending him to his feet. He made it to the aisle before the glass behind him shattered. Before glass all through the train was shattering, the high, jagged sound of it melding with the screams of terror, all of it nearly lost beneath the ongoing thunder of attack. As the lights went out, something cold and wet and very much alive landed on the back of his neck and began to feed. Okay, Chapter 1. The helicopter spun through the darkness over Raccoon Forest. Rebecca Chambers sat up straight, willing herself to look as calm as the men around her. The mood was solemn, as dark and clouded as the skies whipping past, all jokes and jabs left behind at the briefing. This wasn't a training exercise. 3 more people, hikers, had gone missing in a forest as large as the one surrounding Raccoon. Not that unusual, but with the rush of savage murders that had terrorized the small city over the past several weeks, missing had taken on new meaning. Only a few days earlier, there'd been a 9th victim found, this one as ripped up and savaged as if it had been run through a meat grinder. People were being killed, savagely attacked by someone or something around the outskirts of the city, and the Raccoon police weren't getting anywhere. The city's chapter of STARS had finally been called in to investigate. Rebecca raised her chin slightly, a pulse of pride edging through her nervousness. Although her degree was in biochemistry, she'd been tapped as Bravo Team's field medic, joining the team less than a month earlier. My first mission, which means I'd better not cock it up. She took a deep breath, letting it out slowly, working to keep her expression casual. Edward shot her an encouraging smile, and Sully leaned across the crowded cabin to reassuringly pat her leg. So much for looking cool. As smart as she was, as ready as she was to begin her career, she couldn't help her age, or the fact that she looked even younger. At 18, she was the youngest person to be accepted into the STARS since its creation in 1967, and as the only female in Raccoon's B team, everyone treated her like their kid sister. She sighed, smiling back at Edward, nodding at Sully. It wasn't so bad, having a handful of hard-ass big brothers watching out for her, as long as they understood she could take care of herself when the need arose. I think, she silently amended. It was her first assignment, after all, and though she was in good shape physically, her combat experience had been limited to video simulation and weekend missions. The Special Tactics and Rescue Service wanted her in the labs eventually, but field time was mandatory and she needed the experience. Anyway, they'd be sweeping the woods as a team. If they did run across the people or animals that had been attacking raccoon citizens, she'd have backup. There was a flicker of lightning to the north. Close. The subsequent thunder lost to the drone of the copter. Rebecca leaned forward slightly, scanning the dark. It had been clear all day, the clouds rolling in just before sunset. They were definitely going to go home wet. At least it would be a warm rain. She supposed it could be a lot. Boom. She had been so focused on the coming storm that for a crazed split second she thought it was thunder, even as the helicopter tipped wildly and dropped, a terrible rising, clattering whine filling the cabin, the floor vibrating beneath her boots. A hot smell of burned metal and ozone singed her nose. Lightning? What happened? Someone shouted. Enrico, riding shotgun. Engine failure, the pilot Kevin Dooley shouted back. Emergency landing. Rebecca grabbed a strut and held on, looked to the others so she wouldn't have to watch the trees rushing up at them. She saw the grim, determined set to Sully's jaw, Edward's clenched teeth, the look of anxiety shot between Richard and Forrest as they grabbed for struts or handholds on the shuddering wall. In the front, Enrico was shouting something else, something she couldn't make out over the scream of the dying engine. Rebecca closed her eyes for a beat, thought of her parents, and then the ride was too wild for her to think. The crack and the crash of tree branches battering the helicopter too loud and jarring for her to do anything but hope. The copter spun out of control, whipping around in a tilting, sickening, lurching circle. It was over a second later, the silence so sudden and complete that she thought she'd gone deaf. All movement stopped. Then she heard the tick of metal, the strangled last gasp of the engine, and her own thundering heart, and realized that they were down. Kevin had done it, and without a single bounce. Everyone okay? Enrico Marini, their captain, was craned around in his seat. Rebecca added her own shaky nod to the chorus of affirmations. Nice flying, Kev, Forrest said, and there was another chorus. Rebecca couldn't have agreed more. Is the radio down? Enrico asked the pilot, who was tapping at controls and flipping switches. Looks like everything electrical is fried, Kevin said. It must have been lightning. We weren't struck directly, but it was close enough. Beacon too. Can it be repaired? Enrico addressed it as an open question, looking at Richard, their communications officer. Richard, in turn, looked at Edward, who shrugged. Edward was the Bravo team's mechanic. I'll take a look, Edward said. But if Kev says the transmitter's toast, it's probably toast. The captain nodded slowly, absently brushing at his moustache with one hand as he considered their options. After a few seconds, he sighed. I called in when we were hit, but I don't know if it went through, he said. They'll have our last coordinates, though. If we don't report in pretty soon, they'll come looking. They was the Stars Alpha team. Rebecca nodded, along with the others, not sure if she should be disappointed or not. Her first mission over before it started. Enrico wiped at his moustache again, smoothing it down at the corners of his mouth with the thumb and fourth finger of one hand. Everybody out. Let's see where we are. They filed out of the cabin, and the reality of the situation hitting Rebecca as they gathered together in the dark. They were incredibly lucky to be alive, struck by lightning on her way to search for mad killers, no less, she thought, amazed at the very idea. Even if the mission was over, this was hands down the most exciting thing that had ever happened to her. The air was warm and heavy with impending rain, the shadows deep. Small animals rustled through the underbrush. A pair of flashlights clicked on, the beams cutting through the dark as Enrico and Edward moved around the helicopter, examining the damage. Rebecca fished her own flashlight out of her bag, relieved that she hadn't forgotten to pack it. "How you holding up?" Rebecca turned, saw Ken Sullivan grinning down at her. He had his weapon out, the 9mm muzzle pointed to the overcast sky, a grim reminder of why they were there in the first place. "You guys really know how to make an entrance, don't you?" she said, smiling back at him. The tall man laughed, his teeth very white against the darkness of his skin. "Actually, we always do this for the new recruits. It's a waste of helicopters, but we have our reputation to maintain." She was about to ask how the police chief felt about the expense. She was new to the area, but she had heard that Chief Irons was notoriously stingy when Enrico joined them, pulling his own weapon and raising his voice so everyone could hear. "All right, people, let's fan out. Investigate the surrounding area. Kev, stay with the copter. The rest of you keep close. I just want this area secured. Alpha could be here in as little as an hour." He didn't complete the thought that it could be a hell of a lot longer, but he didn't need to. For the moment, at least, they were on their own. Rebecca slid the 9mm out of its holster, carefully checking the magazine and chamber as she'd been taught, raising the muzzle to avoid inadvertently aiming at anyone. The others were moving out to either side, checking weapons and turning on flashlights. She took a deep breath and started to walk straight ahead, swinging the flashlight's beam around in front of her. Enrico was only a few meters away, moving parallel to her position. A low mist had cropped up, wafting through the underbrush like a ghostly tide. There was a parting in the trees about a dozen meters ahead, a path big enough to be a narrow road, though it was hard to tell for the mist. It was quiet, except for a rumble of thunder, the sound closer than she would have expected. The storm was almost upon them. She swept the beam across the trees and darkness and trees again, and then a glint of what looked like "Captain, look." Enrico stepped to her side, and within seconds, 5 more beams of light had jerked toward the gleam of metal she'd seen, illuminating what was, in fact, a narrow dirt road and an overturned jeep. Rebecca could see MP etched on the side as the team moved closer, military police. She saw a pile of clothes spilling out from beneath the shattered windshield and frowned, stepping in for a better look. And then she was holstering her weapon and fumbling for her medkit, hurrying over to kneel next to the crashed jeep, knowing even before she sat back on her heels that there was nothing she could do. There was too much blood. Okay. I think I'll open the window. Well, on the camera it looks like it's much brighter, but it's actually still quite dark for like noon almost. Let's see. I'm doing long hours of reading. How often should you take breaks? Okay, so should take short breaks every 45 to 60 minutes with a 10-minute break after every 50 minutes. So 10-minute break after every 50 minutes or 5-minute break after every 25 minutes. Okay. So let's see. Well, 50 now, so yeah, I'll just keep reading and then take a 10-minute break after chapter 1. What? Okay, there's several pages for chapter 1. Two men, one had been thrown clear, was crumpled a few meters away. The other, the fur-haired man in front of her, was still half under the jeep. Both wore military fatigues. Their faces and upper bodies had been badly mutilated. There were massive tears through skin and muscle, deep gashes across their throats. No way the crash had done all of it. Rebecca reflexively reached down and felt a pulse, noting the chill of flesh. She stood and moved to the other body, again checking for any sign of life. But he was as cold as the first. "You think they're from Ragathon?" someone asked. Richard. Rebecca saw a briefcase near the pale, outstretched hand of the second corpse, and Crouch walked to it, half listening to Enrico's answer as she flipped the case's lid. "It's the closest base, but look at the insignia. They're jarheads. Could be from Donald," Enrico said. A clipboard was on top of a handful of files, an official-looking document attached to it. There was a small headshot in the upper left corner of a handsome, dark-eyed young man in civvies. Neither of the corpses looked like him. Rebecca lifted it out, reading silently, and then their mouth went dry. "Captain," she managed, standing. Enrico looked up from where he was crouched, next to the jeep. What happened?" She read the pertinent parts aloud. "Court order for transportation. Prisoner William Cohen, ex-lieutenant, 26 years old, court-martialed and sentenced to death, July 22nd. Prisoner is to be transferred to the Ragathon base for execution. The lieutenant had been convicted of first-degree murder." Edward pulled the clipboard from her hands, saying what was already formulating in Rebecca's mind. His voice heavy with anger. "Those poor soldiers, they were just doing their jobs, and that scum murdered them and escaped." Enrico took the clipboard away from him. Scanning it quickly. "All right, everyone, change of plan. We may have an escaped killer on our hands. Let's separate and survey the immediate area, see if we can't locate Lieutenant Billy. Keep your guard up and report back in 15, regardless." There were nods all around. Rebecca took a deep breath as the others started to move out, checking her watch, determined to be as professional as anyone else on the team. 15 minutes alone. No big deal. What could happen in 15 minutes? Alone in the dark woods. Got your radio? Rebecca jumped and turned at the sound of Edward's voice. The big man standing directly behind her, the mechanic patted her on the shoulders, smiling. Easy, kiddo. Rebecca smiled back at him, though she despised being called kiddo. Edward was only 26, for God's sake. She tapped the unit on her belt. Check. Edward nodded, stepping away. His message was clear and reassuring. She wasn't really alone, not as long as she had her radio. She looked around, saw that the several of the others were already out of sight. Kevin, still in the pilot's seat, was going through the briefcase that she'd found. He saw her and snapped her a salute. Rebecca gave him a thumbs up and squared her shoulders, drawing her weapon once more and heading out into the night. Overhead, thunder rumbled. Albert Wesker sat in the treatment plant's Con B1, the room dark except for the flicker of a bank of observation monitors, 6 of them, each changing view on 5-second rotations. There were shots from every level of the training facility, the upper and lower floors of the factory and water treatment plant, and the tunnel that connected the two. He gazed at the soundless black and white screens without really looking at them. Most of his attention was focused on the incoming transmissions from the cleanup crew. The 3-man team, well, 2 and a pilot, was en route by copter and mostly silent. They were professionals after all, not given to macho banter or juvenile jokes, which meant Wesker was hearing a lot of static. That was all right. The white noise went well with the blank and staring faces he saw on the monitors, the ravaged bodies slumped in corners, the men who'd been infected shambling aimlessly through empty corridors. Like the Arkley mansion and labs only a few miles away, White Umbrella's private training grounds and connected facilities had been hit by the virus. ETA 30 minutes over, the pilot said, his voice crackling through the dimly lit room. Wesker leaned in. Copy that. White Umbrella. I know of Blue Umbrella. Okay. Silence again. There was no need to talk about what would happen when they reached the train, and though the channel was scrambled, it was best not to say more than was necessary anyway. Umbrella had been built on a foundation of secrecy, a characteristic of the pharmaceutical giant that was still honoured by everyone in the upper echelons of management. Even in the company's legitimate dealings, the less said the better. It's all coming down, Wesker thought idly, watching the screens. Spencer's mansion and the surrounding labs had gone down in the middle of May. White Umbrella's take on it had been accidental, the lab locked down until the infected researchers and staff became ineffective. Mistakes happened after all, but the training facility nightmare that was still playing out in front of him had followed not a month later. And only a few hours ago, the engineer of Umbrella's private train, the Ecliptic Express, had pushed the biohazard panic button. So the lockdown didn't work. The virus leaked and spread. It's that simple, isn't it? There were a handful of infected grunts in the training facility's dining room, one of them walking in looping circles around the once handsome table. He was leaking some vicious fluid out of a nasty head wound as he staggered along, oblivious to his whereabouts, to pain, to everything. Wesker tapped at the control panel beneath the monitor, keeping the surveillance from moving to the next picture. He sat back in his chair, watching the doomed walker as he circled the table yet again. Sabotage, maybe, he said softly. He couldn't be sure. It was set up to look natural, a spill at the Arkley lab, an incomplete lockdown. A few weeks later, a couple of missing hikers, likely caused by an escaped test subject or two, and a few weeks more, infection at a second White Umbrella facility. It was highly improbable that one of the virus carriers would just happen to blunder their way to one of Raccoon's other labs, but it was possible. Except now, there was a train to consider, and it didn't feel like an accident. It felt planned. Hell, I might have done it myself if I'd thought of it. He'd been looking for a way out for some time now, tired of working for people who were obviously his inferiors, and well aware that too much time on White Umbrella's payroll wasn't good for the health. Now they wanted him to lead the stars into the Arkley mansion and labs to find out just how well Umbrella's war pets fared against armed soldiers. Did they give a shit if he died in the process? Not so long as he recorded the data first, he was sure. Researchers, doctors, techs, anyone who worked for White Umbrella for more than a decade or two had a habit of winding up missing or dead. Eventually, George Trevor and his family, Dr. Marcus Dees, Dr. Darius, Alexander Ashford, and those were just some of the bigger names. God only knew how many of the little people had ended up in shallow graves somewhere, or turned up as test subjects A, B, and C. The corner of Wesker's mouth twitched. Come to think of it, he had a fairly good idea of how many. He'd been working for White Umbrella since the late 70s, most of that in the Raccoon area, and had watched the docs run through quite a few test subjects, many he had helped procure himself. It was well past his time to get out, and if he could get the data the big boys wanted, he might just be able to throw himself a little biting war, going away present to fund his retirement. White Umbrella wasn't the only group interested in bioweapons research. But first a clean-up for the train, and this place, he thought, watching as the soldier with the head wound tripped over a chair leg and went down hard. The training facility was connected to the private water treatment plant by an underground tunnel. It would all have to be cleared. A few seconds passed, and the soldier on screen staggered to his feet again, continuing on his mindless quest to nowhere. And now there appeared to be a dinner fork sticking out of his upper right shoulder, a little souvenir from his fall. The soldier didn't notice, of course, a charming little disease. It had been the same kind of scene at the Arkley labs, Wesker was sure. The last few desperate phone calls from the quarantined lab had painted a vivid picture of just how effective the T-virus really was. That would have to be cleaned up too, but not until after he had got the stars out there for a little training exercise. It would be an interesting match. The stars were good. He had handpicked half of them himself, but they'd never seen anything like the T-virus. The dying soldier on the screen was a prime example. Hot with the recombinant virus. He went on with his endless tour of the dining room, slow and mostly brainless. He also felt no pain, and he would attack anyone or anything that happened across his path with no hesitation. The virus continually seeking new hosts to infect. Although the original spill was allegedly airborne, after this long, the virus would only be spread by bodily fluids, by blood, or say, a bite. And the soldier was just a man after all, The T-virus worked on all manners of living tissue, and there were a number of other animals to see in action, from laboratory triumphs to local wildlife. Enrico should have the Bravos out by now, searching for the latest missing hikers. But it was doubtful they'd find anything where he was planning to look. Sometime soon, Wesker would see about organising an Alpha Bravo campout at the deserted Spencer mansion. Then he'd wipe out the evidence and be on his merry, wealthy way to hell with White Umbrella, to hell with his life as a double agent, playing with the petty lives of men and women he didn't give a shit about. The dying man on the screen fell down once again, dragged himself to his feet, and soldiered on. "Go for the gold, baby," Wesker said, and chuckled, the sound echoing out through the empty dark. Something moved in the bushes, something bigger than a squirrel. Rebecca spun toward the sound, aiming the flashlight and 9mm at the shrub. The light caught the last of the movement, the leaves still shaking, the beam from her flashlight trembling along with them. She took a step closer, shallowing dryly, counting backward from 10. Whatever it was gone now. A raccoon is all, or maybe somebody's dog got loose. She looked at her watch, sure that it must be time to head back, and saw that she'd been on her own for just over 5 minutes. She hadn't seen or heard anyone else since she'd walked away from the helicopter. It was as though everyone else had fallen off the face of the earth. Or I have, she thought darkly, lowering her handgun slightly, turning to check her position. She had been heading roughly southwest from the landing point. She'd continue on a few more minutes. Then Rebecca blinked, surprised to see a metal wall beneath the flashlight's beam, not 10 meters away. She played the light across the surface, saw windows, a door. "A train," she breathed, frowning slightly. It seemed like she remembered something about a track up here. Umbrella, the pharmaceutical corporation, had a private line that ran from Latham to Raccoon City, didn't they? She wasn't too certain on the history. She wasn't a local, but she was pretty sure the company had been founded in Raccoon. Umbrella's headquarters had moved off to Europe some time ago, but they still owned practically the entire town. So what's it doing sitting up here, dead in the woods, at this time of night? She ran the light up and down the train, saw that there were 5 tall cars, each 2 stories high. Ecliptic Express was written just below the roof of the car in front of her. There were a few lights on, but they were faint, barely casting through the windows, several of which were broken. She thought she saw a person's silhouette. Near one of the unbroken ones, but it wasn't moving. Someone asleep maybe, or hurt, or dead. Maybe this thing is stopped because Billy Cohen found his way onto the track. God, that was a thought. He could be inside now, with hostages. She should definitely call for backup. She started to reach for her radio, then paused. Or maybe the train broke down 2 weeks ago, and it's been here ever since, and all you'll find inside is a colony of woodchucks. Wouldn't the team have a laugh over that? That'd be they'd be nice about it, but she'd have to endure weeks, maybe months of gentle ribbing, calling for backup over a deserted train. She checked her watch again, saw that 2 minutes had passed since the last check, and felt a drop of cool liquid, a splash on her nose, then another on her arm, then the soft, musical patter of 100 drops against leaves and dirt, then thousands as the sky opened up, the storm finally beginning. The rain decided it for her, a quick look inside before she headed back, just to make sure everything was the way it was supposed to be. If Billy wasn't around, she'd at least be able to report back that the train appeared to be clear, and if he was, You'll have to deal with me, she murmured, the sound lost to the growing storm as she approached the silent train. Okay. First chapter is down. Let's see how many chapters there are. 16. Okay, so 1 down, 15 to go. Yep, good. Let's see, so 12:05, so I should continue reading 12:15. Okay. I'll be right back. I'll just go and make something for lunch then. Okay, I'm back. So just finished lunch there, and I've got a cup of coffee as well. Let's see who that was. Okay, so so yeah, I've got a list here of everything Resident Evil. So this is the plan. So I've got Resident Evil 0 finished there at the top. Next is the book, which I'm reading right now. And then after that is the original. And then the remake. And then after the remake is done, I will read the Wesker's Report 2. I'll do that at the very end after Resident Evil Remake, because it's kind of... So the Wesker's Report is like if you had pre-ordered Resident Evil Remake on the back on the Nintendo GameCube, that would have been like something else you'd get for free. Well, not for free, like you'd get with the game. But it's available on the fandom site. So I'll read that at the end. It contains spoilers, and it kind of links everything together. The previous games. So Resident Evil Remake was released in 2002 there on the GameCube. So it contains spoilers for like Resident Evil 1, 2, 3, and Code Veronica. So yeah, it mentions like Alexia and all of that. And then after Remake, I will read the next book, Umbrella Conspiracy and Caliban Cove. Then it would be great if I could play Outbreak 1 and 2, because they are spin-off games released on the PS2. I actually rented them out and played them. They're quite short because they're scenarios. They're kind of similar to Left 4 Dead in a way. They're like spin-off games, but now they're like heavily connected to the new game coming out in February. Because Alyssa, who was mentioned in Resident Evil 7, she she is the mother of Grace Ashcroft in the new Resident Evil 9 Requiem. So Alyssa, she was one of the playable characters in Outbreak 1 and 2, and she was like an investigative reporter, and apparently Umbrella wanted her dead because she knew some of the truth. So yeah, if I can't play Outbreak 1 and 2, then when I get round to Resident Evil 2, I will do like a recap or something of what happened previously. So what happened in, I'll go over what happened in Resident Evil 1 and Outbreak 1 and 2 before starting Resident Evil 2. So then I'll do Resident Evil 2 Remake, then 2 more books, City of the Dead and Underworld, then Resident Evil 3 Original and Remake, and Remake, and then read another book. Then before I start Code Veronica, I'll go over what happened in Survivor. Then after Code Veronica, I will read Wesker's report or play it, and then read the Code Veronica book. Before I start Resident Evil 4, it's important that I do the original Resident Evil 4 because I've never played that one, but it's got that one won Game of the Year trophy. So it's important to play the original Resident Evil 4 before doing the remake. And before I start Resident Evil 4, I'll go over what happened in between Code Veronica and 4. I'll go over the story of what happened in Gaiden and Dead Aim. Then after Resident Evil 4, I probably won't play Revelations, but I'll watch the Degeneration movie and Infinite Darkness, and then before I start Resident Evil 5, I'll go over what happened in 4, Revelations, Degeneration, and Infinite Darkness, and then after 5 would be Damnation, Revelations 2 and 6. So, and then finally is Resident Evil Vendetta after 6, and Death Island, which is the latest movie there. And then last is Resident Evil 7 and 8 Village. And I should play that maiden demo before I start Village. And then of course Requiem is last. So that's I'll probably be done with everything by the time I get round to Resident Evil 9. Okay, time to continue on. Right, so time is 12:30, so 12:33. So 50 minutes from now is about 1:25. So I'll read up until 1:25, and then take another 10-minute break. Okay, chapter 2. Billy sat on the floor between the 2 rows of seats, working at the handcuffs with a paper cliff he had found on the floor. One of the cuffs was off, the right one, bashed open when the jeep had gone over, but unless he wanted to be wearing a jangly and rather incriminating bracelet, he had to get the other one off. Get it off and get the hell out of here, he thought, pushing at the lock with the thin piece of metal. He didn't look up, didn't need to remind himself of his whereabouts. He didn't have to. The air was heavy with the scent of blood. It was splattered all over the place, and although the train car he'd found was empty of bodies, he had no doubt that the other cars were full of them. The dogs. Has to be those dogs. Though, who let them on? The same guy they'd seen in the woods. Had to be. The guy who'd stepped in front of the jeep, sending it crashing out of control. Billy had been thrown clear, and except for a few bruises, was pretty much unscathed. His MP escort, Dixon and Elder, had both been trapped beneath the overturned vehicle. They'd been alive, though. The human road sap, whoever he was nowhere to be seen. It had been a tough minute or two, standing there in the gathering dark, the hot, oily smell of gas in his face, his body aching, trying to decide, run for it, or radio for help. He didn't want to die, didn't deserve to die, unless being trusting and stupid was an offence worthy of death. But he couldn't leave them, either. Two men pinned under a ton of twisted metal, injured and barely conscious. Their choice, to take some unpaved backwoods trail to the base, meant it could be a long time before anyone happened upon them. Yeah, they were delivering him to his execution, but they were following orders. It wasn't personal, and they didn't deserve to die any more than he did. He decided to split the difference, radio for help, then run like hell. But then the dogs had come, big, wet, freaky-looking things, 3 of them, and then he was running for his life, because there was something very, very wrong about them. He knew it even before they had attacked Dixon, ripping his throat out as they pulled him from beneath the jeep. Billy thought he heard a click, and tried the handcuff, hissing through his teeth, when the metal latch refused to budge. Goddamn thing! The paperclip was a lucky find, though there was shit everywhere. Papers, bags, coats, personal belongings, and blood on just about all of them. Maybe he'd find something more useful if he looked harder. Though that would mean staying on the train, and that didn't sound like much fun at all. For all he knew, this was where those dogs lived, holed up here with that crazy asshole who liked to step in front of moving cars. He'd only come aboard to avoid the dogs, to regroup, try and figure out his next move. And it turns out to be the slaughterhouse special, he thought, shaking his head. Talk about out of the frying pan and into the fire. Whatever the hell was going on out in these woods, he didn't want to be a part of it. He'd get the cuff off, find himself some kind of weapon, maybe grab a wallet or two out of all of the blood-splattered luggage. He had no doubt that the owners were long past caring and hightail it back to civilization. Then Canada or Mexico, maybe. He'd never stolen before, never considered leaving the country, but he had to think like a criminal now if he wanted to survive. He heard thunder, then gentle taps of rain against some of the unbroken windows. The taps became a tattoo, the blood-scented air thinning with a gust of wind through a shattered pane. Dandy. Apparently he'd be hiking out in a rainstorm. Whatever, he mumbled, and threw the useless paperclip against the seat in front of him. The situation was seriously foobar. He doubted it could get much worse. Billy froze, held his breath. The outside door to the train was opening. He could hear the metal sliding, the rain getting louder, then quieter again. Someone had come aboard. Shit, what if it was the maniac with the dogs? Or what if someone found the jeep? He felt a sick, heavy knot in his stomach. Could be that someone else from the base had decided to use the back road tonight. Maybe had already called in when they'd seen the crash and learned that there should have been a third passenger, a certain dead man walking. Maybe he was already being hunted. He didn't move. straining to hear the movements of whoever had come in from the rain. For a few seconds, nothing. Then he heard a soft tread, one step, then another, moving away from him, toward the front of the car. Billy leaned forward, carefully sliding his dog tags under his collar so they wouldn't jingle, moving slowly until he could just see around the edge of the aisle seat. Someone was stepping through the connecting door, thin, short, a girl or young man, maybe, dressed in a Kevlar vest and army green. He could just make out a few letters on the back of the vest, an S, a T, an A, and then he or she was gone. Stars. Had they sent out a team looking for him? Couldn't be, not so fast. The Jeep had crashed maybe an hour ago, tops, and the Stars didn't have a military affiliation. They were a PD offshoot. No one would have called them in. It probably had to do with the dogs he saw. Obviously some mutant feral pack. The Stars usually dealt with the weird shit that local cops couldn't or wouldn't handle. Or maybe they'd come in to investigate whatever had gone down on the train. Doesn't matter. Why, does it? They'll have guns, and if they figure out who you are, this taste of freedom will be your last. Get out of here now. With man-eating dogs running around in the woods, not with a weapon, no way. There had to be some kind of security on board, a rented uniform with a gun. He just had to look. It would be a risk with a Stars on board, but there was only one of them after all, if he had to. Billy shook his head. He'd seen the share of death in special forces, if it came down to it, here and now. He'd fight or run. He wouldn't kill, not ever again, not least not one of the good guys. Billy crawled to his feet, keeping low, the handcuffs dangling from his wrist. He'd look through the stuff in his car first, then move away from the Stars interloper, see what he could find. No point in having a confrontation if it could be avoided. He'd just bam, 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 3 shots from the car ahead, a pause, then 3, 4 more, then nothing. Apparently not all the train cars were empty. The knot in his stomach tightened, but he didn't let it slow him down as he picked up the first briefcase he saw and started to dig. The first train car was empty of life, but something very bad had occurred there, no question. A crash? No, there's no structural damage, but so much blood. Rebecca closed the door behind her, shutting out the thickening curtain of rain, and stared at the chaos around her. The cabin had been a nice one, all dark wood and expensive carpeting, the light fixtures antique, the wallpaper flocked. Now there were newspapers, suitcases, coats, bags open and spilled across the floor. It looked like there had been a crash, and the drips and smears of blood that liberally dappled the cabin's walls and seats backed up the scenario, except there were passengers. She stepped further into the train car, aiming the handgun up and down the aisle. There were a few low lights on, enough to see, but the shadows were deep. Nothing moved. The back of the seat to her left was stained with blood. She reached out and touched the large spot, then wiped her hand on her pants, grimacing. It was wet. Lights are on. Blood's fresh. Whatever happened, it happened recently. Lieutenant Billy, maybe? He was wanted for murder. Unless he had a gang with him, though, it didn't seem likely. The destruction was too widespread, too extreme, more like a natural disaster than some kind of hostage situation, or more like the forced murders. She nodded inwardly, taking a deep breath. The killers must have struck again. The bodies that had been recovered had been torn apart, mutilated, and the crime scenes had probably looked exactly like this blood-splattered train car. She should get off now. The radio the captain, call in the rest of the team. She started to turn back to the door and hesitated. I could secure the train first. Ridiculous. It would be crazy to stay here by herself, stupid and dangerous. No one would expect her to check out a murder scene alone, assuming anyone had been murdered. For all she knew, there had been a shooting or something, and the train had been evacuated. No, that's stupid. There'd be cops all over the place, EMTs, helicopters, reporters. Whatever happened here, I'm the first one on the scene, and securing the scene is the first priority. She couldn't help but wonder what the guys might say when they saw she'd handled things herself. They'd stopped calling her kiddo, for one thing. At the very least, her rookie status would be behind her that much quicker. She could take a quick look around, nothing major, and if things seemed even the slightest bit dangerous, she'd call in the team, pronto. She nodded to herself. Right, she could handle a look-see, no problem. Well, you should always, radio in for, like, updates. A deep breath, and she started for the front of the car, carefully stepping through the scattered luggage. When she reached the connecting door, she braced herself and quickly stepped through, opening the second door before she lost her nerve. Oh no, the first car had been bad, but here there were people, 3, 4, 5 that she could see from where she stood, and all of them were obviously dead, faces ravaged by unknown claws, bodies drenched in dark wetness. A few were slumped in seats, as if they'd been brutally murdered where they'd been sitting. The smell of death was a palpable thing, like copper and feces, like rotting fruit on a hot day. The door automatically closed behind her, and she started, her heart beating fast, faintly aware that she was way out of her league. She needed to call for help, and then she heard the whispering and realized that she wasn't alone. She aimed her weapon at the empty aisle ahead, not sure where it was coming from, her heartbeat going double time. Identify yourself, she said, her voice firmer and more authoritative than she expected. The whispering continued, choking and distant, strangely muted in the otherwise silent car, like she imagined a crazed killer might sound, sitting and whispering to himself after a murder spree. She was about to repeat herself when she saw the source of the whispering halfway up the aisle on the floor. It was a tiny transistor radio, apparently tuned to an AM news station. She walked toward it, dazed by a sudden rush of relief. She was alone, after all. She stopped in front of the radio, lowering her semi-automatic. There was a body in the window seat to her left, and after an initial glance, she avoided looking at it. The man's throat had been slashed, and his eyes had rolled back into his head. His grey face and tattered clothes were shining with vicious-looking fluids, making him look like a zombie from a bad horror movie. She bent and picked the radio up, smirking at herself in spite of the fear that still coursed through her. Her crazed killer was a woman delivering a news report. The reception was bad, the tiny unit hissing static at every other sentence. Ah, dear. Okay, so the reception was bad, the tiny unit hissing static at every other sentence. Okay, so she was an idiot. In any case, it was time to call Enrico, and Rebecca turned, thinking she'd get better reception if she stepped back outside, and the movement that came from the window seat was so slow and subtle that for a moment she thought it was just the rain she was seeing. Then the movement groaned, a deep, low sound of misery, and she understood that it wasn't the rain at all. The corpse had risen from his seat, and was moving toward her. His misshapen head lolled back to the side, cruelly exposing the mauled flesh of his throat, and the moaning grew deeper, more yearning, as he stretched his arms in front of him, his ruined face dripping blood and slime. She dropped the radio and took one stumbling step back, horrified. She'd been wrong. He wasn't dead, but he was obviously out of his mind with pain. She had to help him. Not much in the med kit. There's morphine, though. Gotta get him to lay down. Oh God, what happened here? The man shuffled closer, reaching for her, his eye sockets filled with white, black drool spilling from his torn mouth. And in spite of what she knew was her duty, to do something to relieve his suffering, she reflexively took another step back. Duty was one thing. Her instincts were telling her to run, to get away, that he meant to do her harm. She turned, not sure what to do, and there were two more people standing in the aisle behind her, both as slack-faced and damaged as the white-eyed man, both moving toward her with the steady, staggering movements of horror movie monsters. The man in front wore a uniform. He was some kind of train attendant, his face gaunt, skull-like and grey. Behind him, a man whose face had been partly torn away, revealing too many teeth on the right side of his mouth. Rebecca shook her head, raising her weapon. Some kind of disease, a chemical spill or something. They were sick. They had to be sick, except she knew better even as the three men moved closer, raising bony grey fingers, moaning with hunger. Maybe they were sick, but they were also about to attack her. She knew it as surely as she knew her own name. Shoot, do it. Stop, she shouted, turning back to the wide-eyed man. He was closer, too close, and if he was aware that she was pointing a handgun at him, he gave no sign. I'll shoot. Ah, the monster rasped, grasping for her, burying dark teeth, and Rebecca fired. 2-3 shots, the rounds tearing into the discoloured flesh, the first two hitting his chest, the third blowing a hole just above his right eye. With the third shot, the creature let out a mindless squeal, a sound of frustration rather than pain, and fell to the floor. She spun again, praying that the sound of shots had stopped the other two, and saw that they were almost upon her, their eyes glazed, their moans eager. Her first shot hit the uniformed man in the throat, and as he reeled back, she aimed for the second man's leg. Maybe I can just wound him, get him down. The uniformed man started forward again, his throat gurgling blood. God, she said, her voice small with shock, but they were still coming. She didn't have time to wonder, to think. She raised her aim and fired 2-3 more times, all headshots. Blood and flesh spread, torn. The two men went down. Sudden silence, stillness, and Rebecca's wide gaze searched the car, her body thrumming with adrenaline. There were 2-3 more corpses, but none of them moved. What just happened? I thought they were dead. They were dead. They were zombies. No, there was no such thing. Rebecca checked to be sure there was another round in the chamber, doing it automatically as she struggled to understand. They weren't zombies, not like in the movies. If they'd truly been dead, the shots wouldn't have made them bleed like that. Blood didn't pump if the heart wasn't beating. But they only went down after the headshots. True, but that could still mean some sort of disease, maybe something that blocked pain receptors. The forced murders. Rebecca felt her eyes widen even more, putting the pieces together. If there had been some kind of chemical spill or sickness, it might have affected any number of people up here in the woods, making them attack others. There'd been recent reports of wild feral dogs too. Was it possible that the sickness was trans-species? Some of the victims had been partially eaten, bites made by human and animal jaws on at least 2 of the bodies. She heard a soft movement and stopped breathing. Back by the door she'd come through, a seated corpse seemed to slump lower in its seat. She watched it for what seemed an eternity, but it didn't move again. The only sound that of the rain outside. Corpse or victim of some tragic circumstance? She didn't want to find out. Sorry for all the coughing, I've got like a sore throat. Rebecca backed away, stepping over the man with white eyes, now very much dead, deciding she'd try the door at the front of the car. She had to get off the train, tell the others what she'd found. Her head spun with what needed to happen next. The community would have to be alerted, a quarantine set up right away. The federal government should get involved too, the CDC, or USAMRID, or maybe the EPA, an agency with the power to close everything down, figure out what had happened. It would be a huge undertaking, but she could really contribute, really make a... The corpse at the back of the car shifted again, its head settling against his chest, and all thoughts of saving Raccoon fled from her shocked mind. Rebecca turned and ran to the connecting door, sick with fear. All she wanted was out. It didn't take too long to find a weapon, and as luck would have it, Billy was intimately familiar with the standard issue MP handgun he found in a duffel bag stuffed under his seat. It was the same kind that his escort had carried. There was a spare clip and a half box of 9 by 19mm parabellum rounds too, as well as a flip-top lighter, another handy device to have around. One never knew when fire might be necessary. He loaded up, stuffing the clip into his belt and the extra rounds into his front pockets, wishing he had his fatigues on instead of civvies. Blue jeans weren't the best for carrying shit around. He started to look for a jacket, then decided against it. Even with the rain, it was a warm night, and slogging around in wet denim would be bad enough. The small pockets would have to do. He stood at the door that led back into the woods, weapon in hand, telling himself that he needed to get a gun, and yet not leaving. He hadn't heard anything from the Stars kid since those 7 shots. Only a few minutes had passed. If the kid was in trouble, it wasn't too late for him to step in and... "Are you crazy?" his brain shouted at him. "Go, run, you idiot." Right, of course. He had to leave, but he couldn't get the ring of those shots out of his head, and he had spent too long as one of the good guys to turn his back on one of them if they needed help. Besides, if the kid was dead, that would mean an extra weapon. "Yeah, that's it," he mumbled, perfectly aware that he was searching for a more criminal-minded reason to justify his decision. There was no help for it. He had to go look. With an internal groan, Billy turned away from the door, from freedom, moving instead to the front of the car. He stepped through the first door, hesitating a beat in the connecting joint before grasping the handle to the second into the next car. The only sound was the rain outside, working its way into a real storm. As quietly as he could, he slid the second door open and stepped through. The unmistakable smell hit him first. His jaw tightened as he surveyed the car, counting heads. 3 in the aisle, 2 up ahead on the right, and 1 directly to his left, slumped down in a seat. All of them dead. The man on the road. Billy frowned, realizing that any one of the corpses around him could have passed for the dork who'd stepped in front of the jeep, causing the crash. He'd only caught a glimpse of the guy, but remembered thinking that he'd looked sick. Maybe one of these people, but no, they'd been dead for days. So what was the kid shooting at? Billy moved closer to the nearest corpse, squatting next to it, taking in the wounds with a trained eye as he breathed shallowly, through his mouth. The guy had been dead for a while. Part of his right cheek was missing, making him appear to grin widely up at Billy, and the edges of the torn tissue were rotting, black with decay. And yet there were 2 bullet holes in his brow, and a pool of very fresh blood surrounded his head and upper body, like a red shadow. Billy touched the pool with the side of his hand, his frown deepening. It was warm. The next closest body, a train attendant, looked pretty much the same, only one of the wounds was in his throat. He was no Einstein, but he wasn't entirely incapable of logic either. The fresh blood could only mean that these people just looked dead, and the fact that they were now full of holes suggested that they'd tried to attack the Lone Star's member, which means I'd better be damned careful, he thought, rising to his feet. He looked back at the body in the seat now behind him, his gaze narrowing. Had the man moved, or was it a trick of the light? Either way, he'd just as soon be somewhere else. He hurried up the aisle, stepping over corpses, trying to watch all of them at once, and cursing his need to find the Stars kid. If only he didn't have a goddamn conscience, he'd be long gone by now. He slipped through the 2 doors, weapon ready, as he entered the next car. It wasn't a passenger car, wasn't as nicely decorated from the entrance. He could only see a short corridor that turned up ahead, and 2 closed doors to his right, a few windows opposite. He considered checking the rooms, aware that it would be the smartest move. Turning your back to an unsecured area was a bad call, but he was starting to think that his conscience could go screw. He didn't want to secure the entire train. He just wanted to see that the kid was okay, and then get the hell out. And if said kid doesn't show up in the next couple of minutes, I'm deboarding anyhow. This sucks. Sucks wasn't the word. It didn't begin to describe the low terror he felt in his gut. But he had seen fear cripple the strongest men, and knew better than to dwell on thoughts of monsters and darkness. Better to laugh it off as a bad dream and get on with things. He edged down the corridor, moving silently, sliding along the wall as the hall jagged right, and then continued on past an open door with a spill of cardboard boxes blocking the entrance. Storage room, probably. There were no bodies, at least, but a smell of rot hung in the air. The few unbroken windows he passed reflected a pale shadow of himself, only blackness and rain outside. He noted with dismay that some of the glass from the shattered panes was inside the car, scattered across the dark wood floor, which suggested that someone had been trying to get in, not out. Creepy. It looked like the corridor jagged left again, up ahead, just past another closed door labelled Conductor's Office. He had to be near the front by now, and he saw a second pale shadow up ahead, reflected in a window, directly past the turn. He stopped, held very still, watched as the figure crouched down, his or her back to the corridor, oblivious to any threat from behind. If it was the Stars, he or she needed more training. Billy took the last few steps and raised his weapon, moving in behind the crouched figure. He knew he should avoid a confrontation. The kid was obviously fine and dandy, and he had other places to be, but he also wanted to know what was happening, and this might be his only chance for information. The Stars member turned, saw Billy, and slowly stood up, facing him. Kid isn't far off the mark, he thought, staring down into the wide, innocent eyes of a teenager, a girl. God, they were hiring out of high schools these days. She was small, at least a half-foot shorter than he, and pretty, reddish-brown hair, slim, muscular build, even, delicate features. If she weighed more than 100 pounds, he would have been surprised. She'd been crouching in front of a dead man, his savage body slouched in the corner next to the car's exit, and if she was surprised to see him, she hid it well. "Billy," she said, her young voice clear and melodic, her words making him grate his teeth. "Lieutenant Cohen." Shit, someone had found the jeep after all. He kept the gun raised, aimed directly at her right eye, playing it cool. "So, you seem to know me. Been fantasizing about me, have you?" "You were the prisoner being transferred for execution," she said, her voice taking on a hard edge. "You were with those soldiers outside. She thinks I did it, that I killed them," he thought. It was written all over her pixie face. He realized then that she probably didn't know a thing about what was going on if she hadn't connected the walking corpse guys to what had happened to the jeep, and he saw no reason to disillusion her. She was trying to look tough, but he could see that he intimidated her. He could use it to get out of this. I see, he said. "You're with Stars. Well, no offense, honey, but your kind doesn't seem to want me around, so I'm afraid our little chat time is over." He lowered his gun, then turned and walked away, his gait easy and unhurried, as though he wasn't the slightest bit concerned by her presence. He was counting on her obvious inexperience and fear of him to keep her from acting. It was a calculated risk, but he thought it would pay off. He tucked his weapon into his belt at the small of his back and was halfway back down the corridor when he heard her jogging to catch up. Shit. "Wait, you're under arrest," she said firmly. He turned to face her and saw that she hadn't even unholstered her weapon. She was doing her damnedest to look fierce, but she couldn't pull it off. If the situation had been less serious, any less bizarre, he would have smiled. "No thanks, dollface. I've already worn the handcuffs," he said, holding up his left hand and jangling the hanging cuff. He turned and started away again. "I could shoot, you know," she called after him, but now there was an edge of desperation to her voice. He kept walking. She didn't follow, and a few seconds later, he was back through the first connecting door. He opened the door to the car of dead passengers, wearing a shaky grin, relieved. It was better this way. Every man for himself, and all that. And he saw that the dead man who'd been slumped in a seat at the back was now standing, swaying, his one remaining eye fixed on Billy's position. With a moan of hunger, the creature shambled forward, reaching out with shredded fingers, as though to feel his way to where Billy stood. Chapter 3. Rebecca watched as Billy stalked out of the train car, feeling impotent and very young. He didn't even look back, as though she wasn't worth worrying about. And apparently I'm not, she thought, her shoulders sagging. She hadn't expected him to be so, well, scary. Big, muscular, with dark steely eyes and an intricate tribal tattoo covering his entire right arm, both arms burred by a thin cotton undershirt. He looked tough, and after her terrifying run-in with the walking near dead, she hadn't been up to the task of taking him into custody. Not to mention, he got the drop on you. She'd found a lone corpse at the front of the car. One of the train workers had seen what looked like a key grasped in one cold hand. Since the only other door out of the car was locked, she had had to try for it. It was that or go back through the passenger car. She had been so involved in trying to retrieve the key without snapping the stiff fingers that she hadn't heard the convict approach, not until it was too late. Now, as she walked back to the front of the car, she saw that the locked door used a card reader anyway. Great. So far, she was doing just great. She turned and reached for a radio, ready to admit defeat. If she could get the team in fast enough, they'd handle Billy. More important, she wouldn't be alone with the knowledge that some kind of plague had hit Raccoon. It was funny that nabbing a convicted killer was suddenly lower on the list of priorities. Bam bam! Before she'd even touched the transmitter button, she heard 2 rounds fired in the next car, the direction Billy had gone. She hesitated, not sure what to do, and in that instant a window exploded behind her. She spun, shards of glass flying, and saw a human figure falling to the floor. Edward! The mechanic didn't respond. Rebecca rushed to her teammate's side, quickly assessing his condition. Besides a massive open wound on his right shoulder, his face was grey with shock, his gaze bleary and unfocused. Every exposed part of his body was covered with contusions and abrasions. "Are you all right?" she asked, ripping her medkit open, grabbing a thick gauze patch. She tore the package apart, applied it to his shoulder, realizing with a sinking sensation that it might not do much good. From the massive amount of blood drenching his shirt, his subclavian had likely been severed. She was astounded that he was still alive, let alone that he'd had the strength to jump through a window. "What happened?" Edward rolled his head towards her, blinking slowly. His voice was taut with pain. "Worse than... We can't." She held the bandage firmly, but it was already soaked through. He needed a hospital, ASAP, or he wasn't going to make it. Edward's voice was getting weaker. "You must be careful, Rebecca," he slurred. "Forest is full of zombies and monsters." She started to tell him not to talk anymore, to conserve his energy, when more glass exploded, slivers of it raining over them, the window just to their left shattering. 2 giant dark shapes leaped through the broken pane, one disappearing around a jag in the corridor, the other turning in their direction. Zombies and monsters. A dog. It was a big dog, but like no dog she'd ever seen before. It might have been a Doberman once, but as a bird gripping teeth at her, flaps of skin and muscle hanging from its haunches, she realized that it, too, had been infected by whatever disease had struck the train's passengers. It didn't just look dead, it looked destroyed, its eyes filmed with red, its body like some mad patchwork quilt of wet fur and bloody tissue. Edward wouldn't be able to protect himself. Rebecca slowly rose and took a step back from the dying mechanic, gun in hand. Though she couldn't remember drawing it, she could hear the second dog panting farther along the corridor out of sight. She aimed for the animal's left eye, really understanding the true horror of the disease, whatever it was, for the first time. Her conflict with the near-dead passengers had been terrible, but so shocking she'd hardly had time to consider what it all meant. Now, looking at the stiff-legged monstrous beast in front of her, its growl rising into a hellish whine of hunger, she remembered her childhood pet, a shaggy black lab mix named Donner, remembered how much she'd loved him, and understood that this had probably been someone's pet once too, just as those people she had shot had once been human, had laughed and cried, and come from families that would miss them, that would be destroyed by their loss. Disease, chemical spill, or attack, whatever had caused all this, it was an abomination. The understanding flashed through her mind in an instant, and was gone. The dog tensed its shredded flanks, preparing to leap at her, and Rebecca squeezed the trigger, the 9mm rocking in her hands, the blast of sound deafening in the small space. The dog collapsed. Rebecca pivoted, aiming at the bit of horror she could see, waiting for the second to appear. She didn't have to wait long. With a snarl, the animal leaped around the corner, its jaws wide. Rebecca fired, the shot hitting his chest, staggering the dog back with a high whine of pain, but it was still on its feet. It shook itself as though shaking off water, growling, ready to come at her again, even as dark, itcherous blood poured from its wound. Should have killed it. That should have knocked it flat. Just like the people in the passenger car, it seemed that only a headshot would take it down. She raised her aim and fired again, this time hitting the center of its bullet-shaped skull. The dog fell, spasmed once, and went still. There could be more of them. She lowered the gun slightly, turning toward the broken windows and trying to see through the darkness and rain, straining to hear anything besides the storm. After a few beats, she gave up, kneeling next to Edward again, reaching into her pack for a fresh bandage, and stopped, staring at her teammate. The steady pump of blood from his shoulder wound was no more. She quickly felt for a pulse below his left ear, felt nothing at all. Edward gazed at the floor with half-open eyes, dead. "I'm sorry," she whispered, sitting back on her heels. It seemed inconceivable that he was gone, that he had died in the short time she'd been shooting at the dog things, and a wash of guilt swept over her. If she'd been faster, if she'd packed his wound better. But you didn't, and the longer you sit here feeling bad about it, the more likely it is that you'll end up joining him. Get moving. Rebecca felt new guilt at the insensitive thought, but a glance at the open windows got her on her feet. She'd have to assess her culpability later when it was safe to do so. Her radio beeped. She grabbed it, backing away from the windows, from poor Edward. Reception was bad, but she could tell it was Enrico. She held the speaker to her ear, hugely relieved to hear the captain's strong voice in between bursts of static. You copy? More information on Cohen. Rebecca reluctantly stepped closer to the windows, hoping to hear better, but the static barely lifted. Institutionalized. Killed at least 23 people. Careful. What? Rebecca pressed the transmit button. Enrico, this is Rebecca. Do you read me? Over. A wave of static. Captain, Stars, Bravo, do you copy? Long seconds of more static. She had lost the signal. Rebecca put the radio back on her belt. She had to get to the copter, tell the others about Edward, about Billy, and the train, and the terrible danger they were all facing. She changed clips for the 9mm, taking a moment to reload the half-spent one. With a final sorrowful look at her fallen teammate, she stepped over a dog body, doing her best to avoid slipping in the pool of blood surrounding it, and started back toward the passenger car. Although she knew she should be eager to run across the missing convict to arrest him, she hoped she wouldn't see Billy again. Edward's death, the dog's, she felt unsteady, incapable of taking charge, and 23 people? She shuddered, amazed that he hadn't killed her when he had had the chance. In the passenger car, she saw the result of the 2 shots she'd heard earlier. The disease victim she'd thought had moved but hadn't been sure about. It seemed he'd been alive after all. He must have tried to attack Billy the way the others had gone after her. She paused at the door back to the car she had originally come through, looking over the decayed bodies of the people she'd killed. If Edward was right, if the woods were full of those things, she was going to have to move fast. And maybe Billy didn't kill those Marines. Rebecca blinked. It hadn't occurred to her earlier, but the jeep may have been attacked, allowing Billy to escape, forcing him to run. In fact, it seemed likely the 2 dead men had been mauled, not just shot. The dogs could have done it. She shook her head. It didn't matter. He was a killer either way, and if she wasn't up to the job of apprehending him, she had better go get someone who could. As serious as the unknown sickness was, they couldn't just let Cohen run. She left the passenger car behind, hurrying through the empty car to the side door, hoping that the others were all back at the helicopter, safe. She reached for the handle, lifted it. She wasn't sure how to break the news about Edward. That was going to be rough. Rebecca frowned, pushing at the sliding door, which was refusing to slide. She tried the handle. Again, then and then kicked the door, cursing slightly. It was stuck, or Billy had locked it, maybe to keep her from following him. Damn, she chewed at her lower lip, remembering that key in the dead worker's hand. She hadn't managed to pull it free, and then had forgotten about it after her run-in with Billy, not to mention Edward and the dogs. But then, who needed keys? She could just as easily crawl out through one of the broken windows, no big deal. She heard a sound, a door closing, and looked to her left, toward the back of the train. Someone was moving around in the next car over. Another sick passenger probably, or perhaps Billy was still on board. Either way, she was ready to get off, and she had her choice of windows to exit. Unless it's someone else back there, someone who needs help. It could even be another of the stars, and now that she had thought of it, she felt duty-bound to take a look, sensible or not. She walked quickly to the end of the empty car, readying herself for whatever would come next. It didn't seem possible that anything weirder could happen tonight, but then, most of what had already happened didn't seem possible. She wanted to be prepared for anything. She opened the door to the next car and took it in with a sweep of the 9mm, vastly relieved to find it empty and blood-free. There were stairs going up on the left, a door straight ahead. That must have been the door she'd heard closing, and now it opened and out walked Billy Cohen. Billy stopped, stared at the girl, at the weapon in her hand, and was glad that she was still alive, that she had a gun and apparently knew how to use it. After what he had just learned, having a partner might be his only chance to survive. "This is bad," he said, and could see that she knew he wasn't referring to the gun in his face. She didn't answer, only watched him steadily, her 9mm unwavering, and he raised his hands, understanding that game time was over. The dangling handcuff slapped his wrist. "Those people, the ones you had to kill, they were sick," he said. "One of them tried to bite me. I shot him and found a notebook in his jacket. May I?" He started to lower one of his hands to reach for his back pocket. "No, keep your hands up," she said, jerking the weapon. She still seemed scared, but was apparently prepared to arrest him. "Okay, fine," he said. "You get it. It's in my right back pocket." "You're kidding, right? I'm not coming near you." Billy sighed. "It's important, some kind of a diary. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Something about an investigation into a lab that's been abandoned or destroyed, but it also talks about a bunch of murders that have happened around here and the possibility that a virus has been released, something called T-virus." He saw a spark of interest, but she was playing it safe. "I'll read it after you put that handcuff back on," she said. He shook his head. "Whatever's happening, it's dangerous. Someone locked all the exits. Have you noticed? Why don't we cooperate until we can get out of this?" "Cooperate?" Her eyebrows rose. "With you?" He stepped closer, lowering his hands, ignoring the gun in his face. "Listen, little girl, if you haven't noticed, there's some pretty freaked out shit on this train. I, for one, want to get out of here, and we don't stand a chance of doing it alone." She didn't lower the gun. "You expect me to trust you? I don't need your help. I can handle this on my own. And don't call me little girl." She was starting to piss him off, but he reined it in. He didn't need her as an enemy. "All right, Miss Do-It-Yourself," he said. "What should I call you?" "The name is Rebecca Chambers," she said. "That's Officer Chambers to you." "Well then, Rebecca, why don't you tell me your plan of action?" he asked. "You gonna arrest me?" Great, do it. Call the whole force in and tell them to bring heavy artillery. We can wait here for them." For the first time, she seemed to falter. "Radio's out," she said. "Hell. How'd you get here?" he asked. "Air or ground? How close is your transport?" "We came in by copter, but there was a malfunction," she said. "Not that it's any of your business. Put the cuff back on. My team is waiting outside." Billy lowered his hand slowly. "How far? Are you sure they're still around?" The girl scowled. "This isn't 20 questions, Lieutenant. I'm taking you out of here. Turn around and face the wall. No, Billy crossed his arms. Shoot me if you have to, but there's no way I'm giving up my weapon or letting you cuff me. High colour flared in her cheeks. You'll do what I tell you or I'll crash. Windows breaking in the upstairs compartment. Billy and Rebecca looked up, then at each other. A few seconds later, they heard what sounded like heavy footsteps overhead, slow and even, then nothing at all. Dining room, Billy said, and it was empty a few minutes ago. Rebecca studied him for a moment, then lowered her weapon slightly. She moved to the foot of the stairs and looked up, her youthful face set with a determined expression. Wait here, she said. I'll check it out. Billy almost smiled. He'd been in special forces for 7 years, had learned how to shoot quite probably before she was out of grade school, and she was going to protect him. I thought you didn't trust me, he said. What's to stop me from climbing out one of the windows, making my escape? The girl did smile, a small and cold affair. It's dangerous, remember? You don't stand a chance of doing it alone. Before he could come up with something properly snappy, she had turned her back and walked up the stairs, apparently determined to prove to him that she was a competent authority figure. Dumb kid, with all that was going on, proving herself shouldn't have been her top priority. He knew he should probably follow her, keep her from getting herself killed, but he wanted a minute to think. He watched as she reached the top of the stairs and disappeared around a corner, not looking back. Like the song says, should I stay or should I go? Rebecca wanted to arrest him, but that also meant she'd have to keep him alive, and she needed his help, no question. She was too inexperienced to be out here by herself. So, who died and appointed you her personal savior? When are you going to get it? You're not one of the good guys anymore, remember? Running still wasn't out of the question, but he no longer felt so sure of his chances. If he had needed more proof that the woods were hazardous, the notebook he'd found, the pocket journal of the man who attacked him, was more than enough. He pulled it out, flipping to the last few entries, the ones that had caught his eye. July 14th. We heard today about the Arkley lab, ... and we're being sent in to check it out next week. Some of the others are worried about the conditions, about what might be left. But like the boss says, someone's got to take the first look. Might as well be us. ... The writer went on to talk about his girlfriend, who'd be angry that he was leaving town. Billy skipped ahead, skimming the pages for what he had read before. July 16th. There's still so much we don't know about responses to the T-virus. Depending on the species and environment, only minute doses of T bring about remarkable changes in size, aggressive behavior, and brain development. ... In animals, anyway. Nothing's immune, but until the effects can be better controlled, the company's playing with fire. Billy turned a page. July 19th. The day is finally approaching. ... I am more anxious than I thought I'd be. The Raccoon City newspapers and TV stations have been reporting bizarre murders in the suburbs. It can't be the virus, can it? If it is, ... No, I can't think of that now. I have to concentrate on the investigation, make sure it goes smoothly. Changes in size, aggressive behavior, brain development, like say in a dog, and that bit about in animals anyway. What did this T-virus do? What did this T-virus to do humans? Oh, I think that's meant to be, what did this T-virus do to humans? Billy was willing to bet he had already seen the results. Turns them into zombies, he muttered, or as good as zombies anyway. The one he had shot had definitely been looking for lunch. What was it that cannibals called humans? Long pig. That was it. That walking mess had wanted some long pig, no question. Long pig? I think there's like a butcher's place in Grand Theft Auto. In Grand Theft Auto 5 called Long Pig. I didn't know that. So Long Pig is what cannibals call humans. And there's a butcher's in Los Santos in Grand Theft Auto 5 called Long Pig. So they serve human meat. Woods full of cannibals and monsters. He'd take his chances with the girl. She had held her own so far, had killed at least 3 of those passengers, and had managed to hang on to her sanity. He'd stay with her until they got out of this, and then he'd work out an escape before the rest of her team moved in, assuming there was any of her team left. The girl screamed from overhead, a sound of pure terror. Billy grabbed his weapon and bolted up the stairs, 2 at a time, hoping he hadn't waited too long to make up his mind. At the top of the stairs was a slight curve, then a door. Rebecca opened it slowly, carefully, with the muzzle of the handgun, and stepped inside. A thin, acrid haze of smoke greeted her, and the lower flicker of fire making shadows dance on the walls. It was a dining car, like Billy had said, and had once been beautiful. The tables covered in fine linen, the windows draped with cream-coloured curtains. Now it was trashed, plates and broken glass everywhere, tables overturned, the linen soaked with spilled wine and blood, and near the back a lone figure sat hunched over a table, the hem of the tablecloth burning. The flames licking upward. Rebecca saw a small oil lamp smashed in front of the table, the cause of the fire. The fire was still small, but it might not be for long. The man at the table was very still, and as Rebecca walked closer, she saw that he wasn't like the passengers below, wasn't infected by what Billy had suggested was the T-virus. He was an older, distinguished-looking man in a brown suit, his white hair slicked back, his head bent over his chest, as though he had nodded off during dinner. Heart attack? Or had he passed out? It didn't seem likely that he had broken a second-story window and climbed inside, but as far as she could tell, there was no one else in the room, no one else who could have made those heavy footsteps they'd heard. Rebecca cleared her throat as she moved toward him. "Excuse me," she said, stopping next to the table, noticing that his face and hands were wet, gleaming slightly in the firelight. "Sir?" No response, but he was breathing. She could see his chest moving. She leaned in, put her hand on his shoulder. "Sir?" He started to raise his head, turning his face toward her, and there was a sick, wet sound, like lips smacking over something slimy, and the man's head slid from his torso and toppled to the floor. The wet sound got louder, the decapitated body starting to shake, to bubble with movement, as though filled with living things. Rebecca stumbled backward, letting out a scream as the man's body slid apart like badly stacked blocks, great pieces of it falling to the floor. When the pieces hit, they disintegrated, the cloth of the suit changing colour, turning black, becoming many things, each the size of a fist. Slugs. They're like slugs. Slugs with rows of tiny teeth. Not slugs at all, but leeches, fat and round, and somehow able to mimic a man, even the man's clothes. Not possible. This can't be happening. She stumbled back farther, sick with terror as the individual creatures came together once more, melding into one another, the mass of abnormal, bloated things growing into a glistening tower of darkness. They reformed, took shape and colour, and again became the old man she'd been sitting at the table. She stared in shock, in disbelief, even knowing that he was made up of hundreds, perhaps thousands of the disgusting things. She couldn't see the spaces between them, wouldn't have known that it wasn't a man, except that she'd seen it form for herself. The shade of the suit, the shape and the colour of the body, the only clue that it wasn't a man was the strangely shining quality of its skin and clothes. It cocked its left arm back as though about to pitch a baseball, and then snapped it forward. The arm elongated, stretched impossibly. Rebecca was at least 5 meters away, but the glistening wet hand swatted at the air only centimeters from her face. She tripped over her own feet in her hurry to get away, falling to the floor as the arm snapped back into place, then cocked backward, ready to strike again. Gun, stupid, shoot. She jerked the weapon up and fired, the first 2 shots going wild, the third and fourth disappearing into the thing's lurching body. She could see the nut flesh ripple when the bullets hit, the suit and the body beneath it, undulating slightly as though she were seeing it through the heat waves off of asphalt on a summer day. The creature barely hesitated before whipping its arm toward her once more. She dodged, but the hand made contact, slapping against her left cheek. She screamed again, more from the feel of the hand than the strength of the blow. It was cold and slimy and rough, like shark skin dipped in pond scum, and before it withdrew, it slapped at her again, this time knocking the 9mm from her hand. The weapon skittered across the floor, ending up beneath one of the tables. The old man creature took another oddly lurching step, was now close enough that its next blow likely wouldn't be so easily evaded, and Rebecca just had time to think that she was dead. And bam, 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 the creature was staggering back, and someone was firing again and again, the unexpected sound making her cringe as she staggered to her feet. The first few shots disappeared into its form like before, but the shooter kept at it, finding the monster's aged and shining face, its shining eyes. Dark liquid flew from sudden openings in the collective, leeches blowing to pieces, and on the 6th or 7th shot, the man-thing began to melt back into its component parts, the small black animals slithering toward the broken windows as they hit the floor. Rebecca looked back at the door and saw Billy Cohen standing there in a classic shooter's position, both hands on his weapon, his gaze fixed on the monstrosity in front of them as it finished its silent collapse, becoming many once more. The leeches continued to make for the windows, sliding on trails of slime over the debris-littered floor and up the stained walls, slipping effortlessly over the jagged edges of glass and into the storming night. They had finished their attack, it seemed. A strange, high singing drifted in over the sound of the rain. Still in shock, Rebecca walked to the window, carefully avoiding the remaining leeches as they streamed out of the car, retrieving her weapon before looking out to find the source of the singing. Billy joined her, making no effort to step over the strange creatures. Several popped wetly beneath his boot heels. In a flash of lightning, they saw him, standing on a low hill west of the train, a lone figure, male from his height, from the width of the shoulders, raised long arms, a gesture of welcome, and sang in a surprisingly sweet soprano, his voice young and rich and strong, Latin, like something from church. As if that weren't bizarre enough, he seemed to be standing in a low, shallow lake, the ground rippling slightly all around him. It was too dark to see well, only deep shadow and silhouette marking the lonely singer. "Oh, Christ," Billy said, "look at that." Rebecca felt the hairs on the back of her neck prickle, her mouth turning down in a grimace of disgust. There was no lake. The ground was covered with leeches, thousands of them, all moving toward the singing young man. She could see the hem of his long coat or robe flapping as the creatures flowed upward, disappearing beneath it. "Who is that guy?" Billy asked, and Rebecca shook her head. Maybe like the old man, maybe from the creatures. The train lurched suddenly. A rising, heavy mechanical sound filled the car, the floor vibrating beneath her feet, and then the train was moving, slowly at first, quickly picking up speed. She looked at Billy, saw the same confused surprise on his face that she knew she wore, and for the first time felt something besides angry disdain for the criminal. He was stuck in this nightmare, same as she was, and he did just save my life. Still handling things yourself? He asked, smirking, and she felt the tenuous bond between them disappear. Before she could say anything, though, he seemed to realize that his passive-aggressive stab at humor wasn't what the situation called for. I think we both could use a little help here, he said. How about it? Just until we're out of this, all right? Rebecca thought about the viral victims she'd seen, those she'd killed, about what Edward had said, that the woods were full of zombies and monsters. She thought about the man made of leeches and their strange singing master out in the rain, and finally about the fact that someone or something had started the train. Even if Enrico and the rest of the team were still alive, they were falling farther and farther away by the minute. Yeah, okay, she said, and though his grim and arrogant demeanour didn't change, she thought that Billy was relieved, and she knew that she was. Okay, chapter 4 next. Take another 10-minute break. So, apparently, it takes about 4 or 5 hours to read this book. So, but that's if you read non-stop. So, I'm thinking maybe I'll do it in 2 parts. Maybe I'll read up until chapter 8 today, and then do 8 chapters tomorrow. And then, if I can finish the book this weekend, then that means I can start Resident Evil original on Monday, or even tomorrow after this book is finished. Is the camera big enough? Okay, okay, so I'll be right back. Just gonna take another break. Okay, I'm back. Think I might be running. Okay, chapter 4. Okay, so it's 2 o'clock, so I'll take another break at 10 to 3. Chapter 4. The solitary figure on the hill watched as the train gathered speed and disappeared into the storm, his heart full of the song and spilled from his lips that rang so sweetly through the wild air, calling his minions back to him. They had done well, readying the train for the inevitable clean-up crew as soon as the sun had gone down, leading most of the infected away from the woods, locking the doors, powering the engine. He wanted the leeches to feed, not the virus carriers. And once the umbrella team boarded, there would be no escape. The rain washed over the many as they crept up the hill, beckoned by his voice, by his desires. He received them with a smile as he finished his song. All was going as well as he might have wished. After so long a wait, it wouldn't be long now. He would fulfill his dream. He would become Umbrella's nightmare, and then the world's. "We need to stop this train first thing," Rebecca said. Billy nodded. "Any suggestions?" "We split up," she said calmly, surprisingly calmly, considering what she'd just been through. "The car at the front of the train is locked. Where we met? We need to get that door open, to get to the engine." "So, we shoot the lock," Billy said. Rebecca shook her head. "Magnetic card reader. We have to find a key card." "I saw a conductor's office. Locked," Rebecca said. "We'll have to dig up one ourselves." "That could take a while," Billy said. "We should stick together. It'll take us twice as long, and I'd rather get off this thing before it ends up wherever it's going." As much as he didn't want to wander the train alone, didn't want her to wander it alone, he couldn't argue with the logic. "I'll start at the back, work forward," she said. "You take the second floor. We'll meet at the front." "Bossy little thing, aren't you?" he thought, but kept it to himself. At some point in the not-too-distant future, she might be the only thing keeping him from becoming somebody's lunch. Let's see, where was I? "And I will shoot you if you try anything funny," she added. Billy started to snap back at her, then saw the shine in her eyes. She wasn't serious, not entirely. She nodded at his weapon. "You need ammo for that thing?" "I'm good," he said. "You?" Another nod, and she started for the door. When she reached it, she turned back. "Thanks," she said, motioning vaguely toward the back of the car. "I owe you." Before he could answer, she was gone. Billy stirred after her a moment, somewhat amazed by her willingness to face the train's dangers on her own. Had he been so brave when he was her age? It's called denial of mortality when you're that young, he thought. Yeah, he thought he'd live forever then too. Being sentenced to death made one take a slightly different view on things. He spent a brief moment checking the dining car, scowling at the smashed and liquid remains of a few dozen leech things, as he hurriedly checked behind the small bar beneath the tables. There was a locked door at the front of the room, but a swift kick and a glance showed him an empty service cabin with a hole in the roof. He didn't linger, figuring their best bet would be searching the bodies of the train workers anyway. He headed downstairs, pausing at the bottom a moment, looking toward the rear of the train before continuing on. Rebecca Chambers seemed capable of taking care of herself. Better if he watched his own ass. Back through the double doors, through the first passenger car still empty, and a deep breath before heading into the second. A quick look to make sure there wasn't anyone walking around, and he headed up the stairs, not wanting to look back at the body, the man he'd killed. He'd killed before, but it was never something you got used to, not if you had a conscience. The smell hit him before he reached the second floor, and he slowed, breathing shallowly, like seawater and rot. When he got to the top, he saw the source and swallowed back bile. Now we know where they came from. He stepped onto a landing at the top of the stairs, one that turned into a corridor to his immediate right, turning right again a few meters ahead, and from floor to ceiling, the corner of the landing to his left was webbed with what appeared to be hundreds of empty egg sacs, creating something like a spider's nest. Only these sacs were black and wet, shining in the low light of a half-buried wall sconce. They swayed slightly as the train rocked back and forth on the track, making them appear almost alive. At least they were empty. He hoped to God he wouldn't run into whatever had laid them. He edged away from the webbed corner, stepping on the strings of the glistening matter that spread across the hall's fine carpet, vaguely wondering if the jeep accident had been such a blessing after all. He didn't want to die in any manner, but a nice clean firing squad beat the shit out of being devoured by shape-changing leeches. "Knock it off, soldier. Be where you are." Right. He walked the corridor, relaxing slightly once he realized it was empty. There were two closed cabin doors, one on each side of the narrow passage, each marked by a number. From that and the hall's luxurious decor, he guessed they were private cabins. It was a good guess. He pushed open the first door, 102, and found a small bedroom, well appointed and thankfully free of blood and bodies. Unfortunately, there wasn't much else either, though he did find a clutter of personal belongings in the tiny closet. There were papers, a clutch of photographs, a jewellery box. He opened the box, revealing a silver ring, unusual in design. It looked like a single part of one of those interlocking ring sets, notched and warped in a distinct pattern, and since he wasn't jewellery shopping, he put it back, heading out to the next cabin. When he opened the door to 101, he felt a rush of hope. There, lying on the floor like a gift, was a shotgun. Billy scooped it up and cracked it, his hope turning to a guarded happiness. It was a Western, over-under, loaded with two 12-gauge shells. Further searching turned up another handful of shells, though no keycard. Magnetic lock or no, this'll probably open that door, he thought. Comforted by the weight of the heavy weapon as he stuffed the shells into his front pocket, he was tempted to go find Rebecca immediately, but decided he might as well finish what he'd started. There was a door at the end of the hall, presumably leading to the next car's second floor, and it would lead him closer to the front of the train. Anyway, the sooner to reunite with the kid. He wasn't scared to be on his own. It wasn't that, and it wasn't even concern for Rebecca, though that was there too. It was too many years spent in service. If he'd learned anything, it was that being alone in combat was the worst way to be. The door was unlocked and opened into an empty lounge car, an extremely snazzy one. There was a polished wooden bar to his right, well stocked, and small, elegant tables lined either wall. Leaving the wide, expensively carpeted floor open beneath low-hanging chandeliers. Like the last car, no blood or bodies. Billy checked the counters behind the bar, then headed for the door at the far end, feeling strangely ill at ease, crossing the open space. He clutched the heavy shotgun firmly. When he was almost across the room, something crashed onto the roof. The sound was thunderous, huge, the impact so strong that a chandelier back by the bar hit the floor, the glass globes shattering. The train car rocked on its rails, causing him to stumble, almost fall. He kept his feet, turning to look. Where the chandelier had fallen, the roof was actually indented. The thick metal twisted out of shape, and as he watched two giant things pierced through, about 2 meters apart, one after the other. Billy stared, not sure what he was seeing. Big, pointed, cylindrical, each piercing piece appeared to be bisected, split down the middle. They looked like claws. His gut nodded. That was exactly what they were, like a giant crab's or scorpion's claws, and as he watched they both opened, revealing thickly serrated edges. The huge pincers turned inward and up, began to actually saw through the steel roof, the sound of ripping metal like a high scream. He'd seen enough. He turned and ran the last few meters to the door out, aware that he had broken out in a cold sweat. Behind him, the scream of tortured metal went on, and he grabbed the handle, jerked, and it was locked, of course. He spun back just in time to see the owner of the massive pincers jump down through the jagged entrance it had made, blocking the only other means of escape. Rebecca had just decided the last car was safe when the dog attacked. After leaving Billy, she had made her way through a kitchen area in the last car, one awash in blood and fallen cookware, but otherwise empty. She was starting to wonder if some of the passengers and crew might have gotten off, perhaps when the train had first been attacked. There was a lot of blood around for so few bodies, considering the state of the few passengers she'd run into. Maybe that was for the best. Her feet skidded through a puddle of cooking oil as she surveyed the kitchen, but her search was otherwise uneventful. The door to the rest of the car, presumably a storage area of some kind, was locked, but there was a crawl space that ran beneath the floor. With the covering, she managed to pry up without too much trouble. She wasn't happy about having to crawl into a dark hole, but it was a short tunnel, just a couple of meters. Besides, she had told Billy she would start at the back of the train, and she meant to be thorough. Doing a decent job was something to hold on to in the midst of such madness. The virus victims were bad enough, and that man made out of leeches. Don't think about it. Find the keycard. Stop the train. Go get some real help. Someone besides a convicted killer. Thank you very much. Billy was her only port in the storm, so to speak, and he had certainly saved her ass, but trusting him any further than she absolutely had to would be idiotic. She'd been right about the next compartment. After a thankfully brief, claustrophobic crawl, she stood up in a stored space, barely lit by a single hanging bulb. There were boxes and bins along the walls, mostly hidden in deep shadow. She swept the darkness with her weapon. Nothing moved but the train itself, rocking along the track. At the back of the compartment was a door with a window in it. Rebecca stepped closer. 9mm extended, saw darkness and movement on the other side. The sound of the train louder, and realized she was actually in the last car, looking out over the track. She felt a flutter of something like relief, just knowing that the world still existed out there, and that if worst came to worst, she could always jump. The train was going pretty fast, but it was an option. Click. She spun at the soft sound behind her, heart hammering, aiming at nothing. The train kept rolling along, the shadows pitching and swaying, the sound not repeated. After a tense moment, she took a deep breath, blew it out, probably one of the boxes shifting, like the rest of this car. Well, the first floor, anyway. The storage compartment seemed to be safe. She doubted that there'd be a keycard floating around, but at least she could say she'd looked. Click, 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 click. Rebecca froze. The sound was right next to her, and she knew what it was. Anyone who'd ever had a dog would know the tick of toenails on a hard surface. She slowly turned her head to the right, to where she now saw there were a couple of dog carriers, both with their doors standing open, and emerging from the shadows behind the closet, closest. It all happened fast. With a vicious snarl, the dog leaped. She had time to register that it was like the others she'd seen, huge, infected, damaged, and then her right foot came up, the action reflexive. She kicked out, hard, and caught one side of the creature's barreled chest with her heel. A horrible wet turn sound she heard, as well as felt a sizable flap of the animal's chest slide away, the skin sliding off the greying muscle. The wet and matted fur sticking to the bottom of her oily shoe. Incredibly, the dog ignored the wound and kept coming, its jaws wide and dripping. It would have her before she could get the gun up, she knew it. She could already feel the teeth clamping on her arm, and she also knew that a bite from this dog would kill her, would turn her into one of the walking near dead. And before the teeth actually touched, her other foot, slick with oil, skidded out from behind her. Rebecca hit the floor, banging her hip, and the dog flew overhead, a smell like rotten meat washing over her. It actually stepped on her, one back paw smearing dirt on her left shoulder as it bounded over, the momentum of its lunge carrying it past. The wildly lucky fall had only bought her a second. She rolled onto her stomach, extended her arm and fired, catching the animal as it turned to lunge again. The first shot went high. The second found its mark, just below the poor beast's left eye. The dog sagged to the floor, dead before it had stopped moving. Blood began to spread around the fallen dog, and Rebecca scrambled away, pushing herself to her feet. Beyond the very basics, virology wasn't her speciality, but she was willing to bet that the dog's blood was hot, highly infective, and she wasn't interested in catching whatever was going around. This wasn't a common head cold. Assuming this is a virus, she thought, staring down at the decayed mess that had been a canine. It made as much sense as anything else, the mysterious T-virus Billy had talked about. How had it spread? What was the rate of toxicity? How quickly did it amplify once inside a host body? She scraped the sole of her shoe against one of the kennels, hoping that she'd be able to erase that wet ripping sound from her memory as easily, and saw something glitter from the shadows. She leaned down, picked up a small gold ring, notched in an unusual design. It didn't appear to be real gold, was probably worthless, but it was pretty, and she was lucky to be standing there looking at it, all things considered. What makes this a lucky ring, she said, and slipped in on her left index finger. It was very neatly a perfect fit. The ring was all she found. There was no keycard lying around, nothing useful. She stepped out onto the back platform for a moment and was instantly drenched. The storm was torrential, and the train was moving much too quickly to consider jumping. Her hopes soared briefly when she saw a panel labelled Emergency Brake Line, but a few taps at the controls proved it to be powerless. So much for emergencies. She went back inside, brushing her wet hair off her forehead. Time to head forward. try searching the bodies of the men that she and Billy had killed. As distasteful as the thought was, there wasn't much of an alternative. They didn't know if anyone was driving the train or if it was a runaway. Either way, they needed to get control. She looked back at the dog one more time before leaving, by the door this time, thinking of how lucky she'd been, how easily she could have been bitten or mauled to death. No way would she let her guard down again. She only hoped Billy was having better luck. Christ on a cross, Billy stirred, his mouth hanging open, his mind numb with the impossibility of the thing not 10 meters in front of him. It might have looked something like a scorpion, if scorpions grew as big as sports cars. The monster that fell through the train's roof was insectile, maybe 3 meters long, with a pair of giant armoured claws snapping around its flat face, a long bloated tail that curved up over its back that ended in a curled stinger bigger than Billy's head. There were multiple legs, but Billy wasn't in a counting mood, not with the thing moving toward him, emitting a sound like an overheated engine as its massive, jointed legs pounded across the floor. Rain poured down from the hole in the roof, making the scene all the more hellish. The creature emerging from the wet haze like a bad dream. No time to think. Billy shouldered and cocked the hunting gun and aimed for the thing's low, flat skull. Between the motion of the train and the monstrosity's lopping scrabble, it took him a few seconds to be sure of the shot, a few seconds that seemed like an eternity. The creature scrabbled closer, its stiffly hurried feet gouging up flaps of the expensive carpet with each rumbling step. Billy squeezed. Boom! The shotgun slapping against his shoulder hard enough to bruise. A hit, and the thing screeched, a splash of milky fluid erupting from the plated skull. He didn't pause to assess damage, only re-aimed and fired again. Boom! The thing was screeching ever louder, but still coming. Billy broke the shotgun, jerked the empty shells out, dug for more. He fumbled, shells spilling to the carpet, the shrieking monster closing the distance fast. Too fast. There was a single shell left in his pocket. He got it out, jammed it home, and brought the rifle up to his hip. This better be the one. The shot hit the monster square in the centre of its dark, ugly face, only a metre from where Billy stood, close enough that he felt the heat of gunpowder residue hitting his bare skin, embedding her. Its screech died as a large, jagged chunk of exoskeleton blew out the back of its head, splattering the spasming tail with blood and brain matter. It shivered all over, its huge claws whipping outward, opening and closing, its stinger jabbing at air. With a final gurgling cry, it sank to the floor, seeming to deflate as its heavy claws, its body, came to rest. The smell of it, like dirt and hot, sour grease, was nearly overwhelming, but Billy didn't move for a full minute, wanting to be sure it was dead. He could see where the first 2 rounds had hit. The shotgun pulled slightly to the left, though the final shot had been dead on, chipping away at the thick armour that shaded its beady black eyes. What is it? He stared down at the horror. Not sure he wanted to know. It had to be connected to the dogs in Walking Dead, to the T-virus. That journal he had found had said something about even small doses causing changes in size and aggressiveness, which means this guy must have snorted a couple of gallons minimum accidentally. No chance. The journal also said something about a laboratory and controlling the effects of the virus, about how until they could control it, the company was playing with fire. The implications were clear enough. Maybe the T-virus had gotten out by accident, but this company, whatever it was, had obviously known what it could do beforehand, had experimented with it. For the moment, though, all that mattered was that it was dead, and he was done searching for any keycard. Screw going it alone. If the Scorpion King had any brothers or sisters wandering around, Billy wanted someone else to take up the slack. He picked up the shells he had dropped and reloaded. Then he carefully stepped around the massive, stinking carcass and set out to find Rebecca. Maybe she'd had better luck than he had. Just after he stepped into the front car, Rebecca thought she heard weapon fire. From back the way she came, she stood in the doorway, holding onto the frame, staring blankly at the one dead dog visible from her position as she strained to hear. Thunder rumbled outside. After a moment, she gave up and walked toward the front of the train. She moved slowly, steeling herself to see Edward again, wishing she had thought to grab a blanket or something from the mess back in the passenger cars. Maybe a coat off one of the dead men. She certainly hadn't gotten anything else, except a rising sense of indignation with whoever had loosed the T-virus, and a headache from holding her breath. No keys, nothing to help. That train worker's body at the front of the car where she had met Billy, though. Perhaps the key in its dead hand would turn out to be useful somehow. She reached the turn in the corridor and forced herself past it, skirting the pool of fluids that had leaked from the dog, and Edward was gone. Rebecca stopped, stirred. The second dog was still there, but a wad of red gauze and a few bloody splatters were all that remained where Edward's body had been. That and the thick smell of rot. Cool, wet air breezed in through the windows, but the smell was too strong for it. Everything seemed to move in slow motion as she looked down, saw the tracks in the dog blood. She followed them with her gaze, looked toward the front, seeing the boot prints in red smeared, as though whoever had worn them was drunk or sick. No, she'd felt for a pulse. Time slowed even more, her gaze finally rising from the floor. She saw the edge of a bare arm, someone standing just out of sight at the end of the hall, someone tall, someone wearing boots. No, she said, and Edward stepped away from the wall, stepped into view. When he saw her, his bloodless lips opened, a moan emerging. He staggered toward her, his face grey, his eyes filmed almost white. Edward? He kept walking, reeling, really, his blood-drenched shoulder trailing along the wall, his arms slack at his sides, his face empty and mindless. This was Edward, this was her body, and she raised her handgun, taking a step back, taking aim. "Don't make me," she said, a part of her mind wondering at how deathlike the virus made its victim seem, must have slowed the heart rate. Edward moaned again. He sounded desperately hungry, and though his eyes were barely visible through the haze of white, she could see them well enough to understand that this wasn't Edward anymore. He staggered closer. "Be at peace," she whispered, and shot him. The round, drilling a neat hole in his left temple. He stood perfectly still for a beat, his expression of dull hunger unchanging, and then collapsed to the floor. Rebecca was still standing there, aiming at the corpse of her friend, when Billy found her a few minutes later. Chapter 5. William Birkin hurried through the underbelly of the water treatment plant, spooked by the echoing clang of his footsteps through the cavernous corridors as he made his way toward Control B. On the first basement level, the place felt cold and dead, like a tomb, which was not a bad analogy at all, except he knew what wandered behind the locked doors he passed, knew that he was surrounded by an abundance of life, such as it was. Somehow, that awareness made the distant echoes of his every movement seem that much more sacrilegious, like shouting in a mortuary. Which it is, really. They're not dead yet. Your colleagues, your friends. Get a grip on yourself. They all knew this was a possibility, all of them. Bad luck is all. Bad luck for them. He and Annette had been at the facility downtown when the spill had occurred, finalizing the breakdown of the new synthesis. He had reached the executive stairwell at the back of B4 and started to climb, wondering if Wesker was already waiting. Probably. Birkin was running late. He hadn't wanted to leave his work for even a moment, and Albert Wesker was a precise and punctual man, among other things. A soldier, a researcher, a sociopath. And maybe he was the one. Maybe he leaked it. It was possible. Wesker's loyalties lay with Wesker. Always had. And though he had been with Umbrella for a long time, Birkin knew he was looking for an exit. On the other hand, crapping in his own backyard wasn't his style, and Birkin had known the man for 20 years, give or take. If Wesker had caused the leak, he certainly wouldn't be sticking around to see what happened next. Birkin topped the flight, made a turn and started up the next. Allegedly, the elevator still worked, but he didn't want to risk it. There was no one around to help if something went wrong. No one but Wesker, and for all he knew, the STARS commander had decided to go home. At the top of the second flight, Birkin heard something. A soft sound from behind the door that marked the second basement level. He paused a moment, imagining some poor soul pressed against the door on the other side, perhaps mindlessly beating his or her dying body against the obstacle again and again, vaguely wishing to be free. When the infection had originally been identified, the internal doors had locked automatically, trapping most of the infected workers and escaped test subjects. The main pathways were clear, at least to and from the control rooms. He glanced at his watch and started up the final flight. He didn't want to miss Wesker if he was still around. So, if Wesker didn't do it, then who? How? They'd all thought it was an accident. He still had until a few hours ago, when Wesker had called him about the train. That was one accident too many. Lord knew there were enough people who had reason to sabotage Umbrella, but it wasn't easy to obtain even a low-level clearance pass for any of the Raccoon labs. What if Wesker had said something about the company wanting real data on the virus, not just sims, but hands-on? Maybe they had unleashed it themselves, sent in one of their squads to pop a cork that shouldn't have been popped, so to speak. Or maybe this is how they plan to get the G-virus. Create all this chaos, then slip in and steal it. Birkin's jaw tightened. No, they didn't know yet how close he was, and wouldn't know until he was goddamn good and ready. He'd taken precautions, hidden things, and Annette had bribed the watchdogs to keep away. He'd seen it happen too many times, the company taking away a doctor's research because they wanted instant results, handing it over to new blood, and in at least 2 cases that he knew of personally, the original scientist had been eliminated, the better to keep him from moving to the competition. Not me, and not the G-virus. It was his life's work, but he had destroyed it before he had let it be taken away. He reached the control room he wanted, an observation platform really, that shared space with the plant's backup generator, now thankfully silent. The lights were down, but as he walked around the mesh catwalk, he could see Wesker sitting in front of the observation screens, his back outlined by the glow from the monitors. As he often did, Wesker wore his sunglasses, an affection that had always unnerved Birkin. The guy could see in the dark. Before he had announced his presence, Wesker was beckoning him over, raising a hand without even looking over his shoulder. Come look at this. His voice was commanding, urgent. Birkin hurried to join him, leaning over the console to see what had Wesker so interested. His attention was fixed on on a scene from the training facility, what looked like the video library on the second floor. A trainee was wandering the room, obviously infected, his fatigue stained with blood and other fluids. He looked positively wet, but Birkin didn't notice anything particularly unusual about him otherwise. "I don't see," he began, but Wesker cut him off. "Wait." Birkin watched as the young man, a young man who wouldn't be getting much older thanks to the T-virus, ran into a small desk at the side of the room, then turned and started back toward the computer banks, lurching as all the carriers did, the camera following the movement. Just as he was about to ask Wesker what he was looking for, he saw it. "There," Wesker said. Birkin blinked, not sure what he'd seen. As he'd turned again at the computer banks, the trainee's right arm had elongated, thinned, stretched almost all the way to the floor, then snapped back into place. It had taken barely a second. "That's the third time in the last half hour or so," Wesker said softly. The trainee continued to roam the small room, once again indistinguishable from any of the other doomed people pictured on the tiny screens. "An experiment we didn't know about?" Birkin asked, though it was unlikely. They were both as deep inside as anyone outside of HQ. "No. Mutation? You're the scientist, you tell me," Wesker said. Birkin gave it a second's thought, then shook his head. "I suppose it's possible, but no, I don't think so." They watched the soldier in silence for another moment, but he only crossed the room again. Nothing stretched or changed. Birkin didn't know what they had seen exactly, but he didn't like it, not at all. In the complicated series of equations that his life had become, between his work and family, between the disasters in Raccoon and his dreams of engineering the perfect virus, this was an unknown. This was something new. A crackle of static burst into the quiet, an unknown man's voice emerging from the hiss. "ETA 10 minutes over." That had to be Umbrella's cleanup crew for the train. Wesker had said they were on their way when he'd called. Wesker tapped a button. "Affirmative. Radio when objective is reached. Over and out." He tapped the button again, and the two men went back to watching the unknown soldier, each lost in thoughts, all their own. He didn't know about Wesker, but he was starting to think that it might be time to get out of Raccoon. "Rebecca." She didn't answer or turn around, only lowered her weapon. Billy wished there was something he could say, but figured he was better off keeping his mouth shut. The scenario was clear enough. The man on the floor was in a STARS uniform, probably a friend, and he had been infected. He gave her a moment, but didn't think they could afford more than one. He couldn't be sure, but the train seemed to be picking up speed. If it was a runaway, they would crash and likely die. If someone was controlling it, they needed to know who and why. "Rebecca," he said again, and this time she turned, unashamed of the tears she wiped away. She blinked up at him. "Did I hear you firing a few minutes ago?" she asked. Billy nodded, tried a smile, but it didn't come off. "Monster bug, you?" "Dog," she said, and wiped away a last tear. And someone I used to know." He shifted uncomfortably, both of them silent for a beat. Then she sighed, pursed her bangs off her forehead. "Tell me you found the keys," she said. "Something like that," he said, hefting the shotgun. "Won't work," she said, and sighed. "It has magnetic bolts, like a bank vault or something." "On a passenger train?" Billy asked. Rebecca shrugged. "It's privately owned. Umbrella. The pharmaceutical company. Between the court-martial and sentencing, Billy hadn't given much thought to where he was headed for execution, but now he remembered. Raccoon City, the closest thing this area had to a metropolis, was where the mega-corporation had originally set up shop. "They have their own train?" She nodded. "Umbrellas all over around here. Offices, medical research, laboratories. We heard today about the Arkley lab, and we're being sent in to check it out next week. Raccoon Forest, Raccoon City itself, was nestled in the Arkley Mountains. Rebecca's thoughts seemed to be turning in the same direction. You don't think? I don't know, Billy said. And right now, it doesn't matter anyway. We still have to get through that door. She started to turn back toward the front of the train, then seemed to think better of it. Perhaps not. Perhaps not wanting to see her friend. She looked back at the floor, spoke in a low voice. There's a body up by the door, a man holding a key, she said. Maybe it opens something useful. Wait here a sec, Billy said. He stepped past her and moved forward, stopping at the corridor's end. The decrepit corpse of a train worker was huddled by the locked door. The body she had been bent over at their first meeting. Sure enough, he had a metal key in one stiff hand. Billy pried it free, held it up in the low light. The small tag attached to it read, Dining Car. That's wonderfully helpful, thank you so much. He set it aside, then spent a minute going through the man's coat, coming up with a pack of cards and a handful of lint-covered breath mints in one front pocket, and in the other, a few more keys on a small ring. Two were unlabeled, but a third had conductors etched into the metal. Billy pocketed them, and after a moment's thought, he knelt and carefully removed the man's coat, grimacing at the cold, spongy feel of his flesh. The poor guy didn't appear to have caught the virus, but a person or persons unknown had worked him over with their teeth. He was a mess, his feet and hands missing large, ragged chunks of skin and muscle. Billy walked back to where Rebecca stood, pausing to cover the Dead Stars team member with the coat. It only concealed his face and upper body, but he figured anything was an improvement, for the girl's sake. He nodded gratefully at him as he approached, but said nothing. The key you saw was for the dining car, which we've already sampled, he said. He pulled the ring set out of his pocket, but these might open something. They were standing near the door, labelled as the conductor's office. Billy held up the marked key. With a nod from Rebecca, he slid the key into the lock. It turned easily. He readied his weapon and pushed the door open, ready to fire at anything that didn't identify itself in their first second of contact. There was no one. Billy relaxed slightly, stepping into the office. Rebecca waited in the doorway, her weapon also drawn, looking down at a small desk littered with papers. She rustled through them as Billy threw the rest of the tiny cabin. Schedules, letters. Here's something called a hookshot operator manual, Rebecca said. Memos from maintenance, a note about a ring lock, whatever that is, kitchen order forms. Billy opened the closet while she continued to rattle off the desk's clutter. A couple of signs, postcards, and notes tacked to the inside of the door, ledgers, a locked briefcase. Billy picked up the briefcase, shook it. Something inside rattled, but it was very light. Something like a keycard, perhaps. Not likely, but he could always hope. He examined the lock, frowning. There was no keyhole, though there was an indentation on the front in the shape of a circle. He jiggled the handle. It was solidly locked. He could probably take the thing apart, but it was well made. It would take time they couldn't spare. "A minute ago you said something about a ring lock," he asked. Rebecca pushed a few papers aside. "Ah, here. It's just a handwritten note. Says means of access in case. Scattered ring lock, 2 parts." "In case of what?" He started to shrug, then felt a flush of excitement. In case. The card was in the case. He could feel it. He looked closer at the lock, suddenly remembering the unusual silver ring he'd found upstairs before his run-in with the scorpion thing. The indentation on the lock was not like the ring had been. "But the note says 2 parts, and—" "Hey, I found a ring at the back of the train," Rebecca said. Billy looked up as Rebecca pulled a gold ring from her index finger, knowing even before she handed it over that it was the second part. "I think we have a winner," Billy said, actually smiling, a real smile for the first time since he didn't know when. There would be a radio in the engineer's compartment, and controls, and maybe a map for how the hell to get out of the woods. They were almost out of this. He was sure of it. He had no idea. Someone had actually started the goddamn train. There was a chance that one of the workers was still alive, but Wesker figured it more likely that one of the mush-brain carriers had fallen into the controls. In any event, the copter's pilot hadn't even hesitated, had only changed the ETA by a few moments. The timing was lucky. Unstopped, the train would head straight for the training facility, would crash if it was unmanned, and the last thing they needed was to draw attention to any of the infected lockdown areas. "We're deploying now, over." Wesker waited. He could hear the sound of the helicopter in the background, could even hear the men's drop lines whipping in the wind. He half wished he was there, about to step onto the doomed train as it sped through the stormy night, his weapon drawn, the walking diseased, waiting to be laid to rest in a blast of blood and bone. Birkin interrupted the pleasant fantasy, his voice and manner anxious as he reached out to cover the microphone with one pale hand. "We're sure this is the virus, right? I mean, we're not dealing with a hijacking or a mechanical error, perhaps. I mean, do we know for certain that this team is here to handle the train?" Wesker sighed internally. William Birkin was an intelligent man, but also obsessively paranoid. His conviction that Umbrella wanted to steal his work was almost childlike in its intensity. "We're sure," he answered. "What else could it be if not the virus?" Birkin nodded toward the monitor where they'd seen the soldier with the rubbery arm. Maybe something to do with that. Wesker shrugged. It was a mutation. It had to be. Unusual, but hardly impossible. "I doubt it. Don't worry, William. No one at the top knows about your precious G-virus." Not exactly true, but Wesker wasn't in a hand-holding mood. As for the train, perhaps the T is simply better at adapting than we thought. Birkin wasn't buying, which wasn't a surprise. Wesker didn't either. If the infection of the train was an accident, he was his Aunt Maddie's teapot, as it were. "The mansion, the labs, the train, who did it?" Birkin asked softly. "And why?" One of the cleanup pair broke in. "We're down, over." The background whoop-whoop sound of the helicopter's blades had been replaced by the rhythmic rumble of a moving train. "About goddamn time. Excellent," Wesker said, again covering the microphone so that he could answer Birkin. "That's irrelevant. What matters now is that this doesn't get out, that it doesn't go any further. The train has to be destroyed. All of the evidence has to go, William. Surely you can see that. There's no problem here. Don't create one." He uncovered the mic. "How far are you from the nearest branch line? Over." "No more than 10 minutes, probably." Wesker waited through a blur of static. "Yes?" "Didn't copy that. Over." There was a shrill burst of feedback, loud enough to hurt. Wesker recoiled, saw Birkin wincing at the noise. And And then there was screaming, both of the men on the train screaming in unison. "Ah, God, what the... Jesus! Get them off me! Get them off! No, no, no!" There were several muffled bursts of automatic gunfire, a man's wordless cry of pain and terror surpassing the sound, and then there was nothing but static. Wesker ground his teeth together as, behind him, Birkin started to babble in panic. It seemed that there was a problem after all. They stood in front of the locked door, Rebecca holding the keycard and feeling a triumph that was all out of proportion to what they had actually done. She figured she was probably emotionally worn out. It was no big deal. They had found a couple of rings, opened a briefcase. Regardless, she felt like they had solved the riddle of the goddamn Sphinx. Billy motioned for her to open the door, his head cocked to one side. He was still listening. He'd sworn he'd heard a helicopter outside when they'd gone to retrieve the ring, and someone shouting a moment later. Rebecca hadn't heard anything. He was probably as wrung out as she was, considering. Considering he was on his way to be executed. Don't start making comparisons here. Whatever he's done to help you out, he's an animal. Forgetting it could cost you your life. Right. As soon as she made it to a working radio, their little truce was over. She swiped the card through the reader, and the small red light changed to green. The door clicked, and Billy pushed it open. The sound of the train became a roar, the door opening into a gridded walkway that was partially exposed to the elements. Wind and mist spread over them as Billy and then Rebecca stepped outside. To the right was a locked cage of equipment that ran the length of the car. To the left, only a guardrail and the violent night whipping past. Ahead, another car, what had to be the driver's compartment. It was hard to tell in the dark. Rebecca grabbed the railing when she realized just how fast the train was going. The thing was really rocking along the tracks and... Oh, Rebecca hesitated as Billy hurried a few steps ahead, then crouched down in front of a fallen man or woman. There was a second form, a meter or so past the first. Both were dressed in riot gear, their faces hidden behind shaded glass. SWAT? When did they get here? And why only two? As she moved closer, she could see that they were both shining with slime, the same thick goo that those leeches in the dining car had excreted. And their gear, all Kevlar and steel weave, was unmarked. They weren't RCPD or military. Billy was looking at the mesh wall to the right. Rebecca followed his gaze, saw what looked like a giant web of dark strings fixed to the inside of the gate, hanging with about 1,000 semi-translucent sacks, egg sacks, for the leeches. Rebecca shuddered, and then Billy was standing again, shaking his head. He had to shout to be heard over the thundering train. It's no good, they're dead. Rebecca had figured as much, but she wasn't going to take his word for it. She pushed past him and checked both bodies for signs of life, noticing the strange puckered hemorrhaging on their exposed and pallid skin. Billy was right, and maybe he had been right about hearing a scream too. In spite of the rain, both of the bodies were still warm. She stood up and grabbed the railing again, following Billy to the next car. She just had time to wonder what the hell they were going to do if they ran across another lock, and then Billy was pushing the door open. They stepped out of the rain and into a relatively small driver's compartment, clean and orderly except for the thin, even layer of slime covering the control console at the front. Rebecca's ears rang in the sudden near silence as the door closed behind her, but she was more concerned with the number of blinking red lights that lit up the glistening console. Billy stepped up and studied the myriad control panels for a moment, then tapped at a keyboard set in front of a small screen. The screen remained blank. He looked back at her with a bleak expression. "The controls are locked," he said. Rebecca fished the keycard out of her vest pocket. There were no numbers on either side. Nothing they could input. She moved to his side, trying to ignore the rain lashing the windscreen, the dizzying blur of the woods, and punched a few buttons. The keys felt locked. They didn't depress completely. She started looking for anything with the word emergency on it. "Here," Billy said, reaching for a lever that stuck out from his side of the board. When he pushed it, words started scrolling across the computer screen. "Emergency brakes. Front and rear terminals must be activated before applying brakes. Restore power to rear terminal." The control she had seen at the back of the train. Billy quickly typed in, "Yes. Power to rear brake terminal restored." "Thank God," Rebecca said. "Do it. Stop this thing." The train seemed to be going impossibly faster, the rumble of the engines louder than before, rising to fever pitch. Billy pushed the lever. It moved easily, too easily, and more words scrolled across the screen. "Rear brake sequence must be activated before emergency brakes are applied." "Oh, you gotta be shitting me," Billy said, his lips curled. "We can't put on the emergency brakes from the goddamn control room?" "We probably can, just not without authorization," Rebecca said. "Manually, though. I saw the rear terminal. It's on the back of the last car. I'll go." Billy shook his head, looking out at the passing darkness, passing too quickly. "No, let me. No offense, but I think I can run faster. Is there an intercom system? I can signal you when it's on." They both started to look, but the console was crowded with unmarked switches and panels. It took too long to figure out. Rebecca started to tell him he'd just have to run, and from how much faster the train seemed to be going now, he should probably sprint, when she remembered Edward. "Edward's radio," she said. "He had it before It should be on him." Billy was already turning toward the door. "I'll get on the way." "Be careful," she said. He nodded, casting another look out the window. "Just be ready to hit the brakes up here. I have the feeling that we're going to stop pretty soon anyway, one way or another." He opened the door to a blast of noise, then was gone. The seconds ticked by. Rebecca made sure her radio was receiving, then kept her hand on the brake lever, staring out at the onrushing night. The train took a curve too fast, and she closed her eyes for a beat, willing the out-of-control engine to stay on the track, imagining that she could actually feel the wheels rise up and then fall back into place. Billy was right. One way or another, they weren't going to be going much farther. What's taking so long? It had only been a few minutes, but that was long enough. She grabbed the radio, pressed transmit. "Billy, come in. What's your status? Over." "Nothing." "Billy?" She waited, counted slowly to 5, her heart starting to trip over itself. She could see another curve coming up ahead. "Billy, come in." Shit, maybe he hadn't found the radio, or had forgotten to turn it on, or there was something wrong with the controls. He couldn't activate the terminal. Or maybe he's dead. Maybe something got to him. The train reeled around the curve, and this time there was no imagining. The train ripped too heavily, racing ever faster as it rattled back down, and another curve like that one. It was all over. She'd have to go back herself. There was no time, but there was no other option either. "Rebecca, now!" Rebecca saw a blur to the right of the train, there and gone so quickly that she didn't know what it was until it was past a station platform, the station platform, and that meant the only thing left ahead was wherever they stored the goddamn thing, and that meant it might already be too late. "Hang on," she shouted at the radio, grabbing the brake lever, twisting it as hard as she could, and something was rushing at the front window, a darkness deeper than the night, a tunnel. The brakes were squealing, screaming as the train roared into the black, broke through some flimsy barrier, wood flying across the windshield, the train tipping again, this time not tipping back. Rebecca heard her own scream join the train's as they hit the ground and started to slide, metal rending, sparks flaring up like hellish fireworks. The wall became the floor, Rebecca slamming into it as the engine slammed into something even harder, and all the lights went out. Next is chapter 6. And stream is 4 hours and 7 minutes. So 5 hours down, 5 chapters down, and there's 10 more to go, or 11 more. Okay, so 3 o'clock. Right, so I'll take another 10-minute break. I think I'll go to the shop. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. (20+3), 15:20. So you know what? I'll just keep reading this and try and do as much of it as possible. I want to do at least half today, and it would be great if I could read all of it in one day. All of it today. So that would be excellent. Still have to do my Duolingo today, so maybe I'll do that at the next break. Yep, all good. Okay, chapter 6 is next. So it's almost 25 past, so that gives me till 4:15 for the next break. Okay, so that is chapter 6. So here we go. Chapter 6. Billy woke up. So so far we've done the train. So in the game there was the train, then the train facility, and then it was, I think it was the laboratory. There was the boss fight with the infected bot in the church, and then we used the elevator to go down to the laboratory. We went through the laboratory, used the cable car to reach the factory, which looked similar to an area from Resident Evil 2. And then that's where we fought the proto-tyrant. Then we used the elevator there to get to the last area of the game, which was the treatment plant. So here we go. So treatment. This is the training facility. Chapter 6. Billy woke up to pain and the smell of burning synthetics. He opened his eyes, blinking, assessing his surroundings as quickly as his muddled mind could manage. Which wasn't very quickly at all. He was on his back, looking up at a high, blank ceiling. Firelight flickered all around him, shadows of rubble and rock dancing across part of a wall to his left. Somehow he was inside. The bricks, the train. Rebecca? That woke him up. He pushed himself to a sitting position, was surprised and relieved to realize he had a strained shoulder and a few scrapes, but nothing worse. Rebecca, he called, and coughed. Wherever he was, the billowing smoke from the wreck was starting to build up. They had to move. He stood, cradling his right arm as he looked around. The train had crashed into a warehouse. It looked like a giant empty space, concrete, a scaffolding off to one side, a few hooded lights overhead. It wasn't very well lit, but when he looked down, he saw a dented train track beneath his feet, and realized they had probably crashed into the train's maintenance terminal, wherever that was. Rebecca, he called again, surveying the wreckage. There were numerous piles of blasted concrete and puddles of burning oil all around. The engine was on its side, the other cars piled up behind it, blocking what had to be a monster hole in the wall. He had no idea where to look for the young Stars member. As soon as he had activated the rear brakes, he had started running back toward the front. He must have been thrown from the back passenger car. A slumped shadow stirred near a pile of smoking rock. Rebecca, he stumbled forward, hoping she was all right. She had sounded panicked when she'd called, when he hadn't answered, but he'd been too busy punching buttons to talk. Now he was sorry. She was just a kid after all, and had been scared shitless. I should have reassured her. Something. He reached the crumpled, battered body and started to kneel beside her. She was face down, her clothes shredded. Billy? Billy turned, saw Rebecca walking toward him, her 9mm in hand. She had a trickle of blood seeping from her hairline, but appeared to be in good shape otherwise, and the person in front of him rolled over, moaning again, reaching one bloody hand up to grasp at his face. Rotting fingers trailed across his cheek. Gah! With a wordless cry of disgust, he reeled back, fell on the floor. He couldn't tell if the slow-moving creature was male or female. So much of its face and body had been damaged, either by the disease or from the crash. It crawled to its knees, turning its disfigured face toward Billy. Its mouth hung open, and blood-tinted drool poured from between its broken teeth as it reached for him again. Get clear, Rebecca said, and he was only too glad to comply, scrambling backward on his hands, the loose handcuff digging painfully into the flesh of his left palm, pushing with his feet. She aimed and fired twice, both rounds finding the once human's already fractured skull, ending what was left of its life. It settled to the concrete with a sound almost like a sigh. Billy stood up, and they both spent a few tense seconds scanning the wreckage for any other bodies. If there were more, they were hidden. Thanks, he said, looking back at the pathetic creature. She had spared it further suffering at least, with 2 clean headshots. He was surprised and not a little impressed at her level of skill. Are you okay? Yeah, I got a killer headache, but that's all. My second crash of the day too. Really? Billy asked. What was the first? She smiled, started to speak, then abruptly stopped, her expression turning cool, and Billy felt a pang of real unhappiness. She had obviously remembered who she was talking to. In spite of everything, she still thought he was a mass murderer. "It's not important," she said. "Come on, we should get out of here before the smoke gets any worse." They both still had their radios, and spent a moment looking for his gun, finding it half hidden by a crushed concrete block not far from where he'd woken up. The shotgun was history. Neither of them suggested searching the train for it. The small fires were dying out, but the thick layer of black smoke that hovered at the ceiling was growing by the minute. They moved around the vast room, finding only a single door, some 20 meters from the wrecked engine, and very little else. Billy hoped it led to fresh air, to freedom for himself and safety for the girl. Standing at the door, he looked back at the smouldering crash, felt one corner of his mouth curve up. "Well, at least we managed to stop the train," he said. Rebecca nodded, her smile weak but game. "We managed," she replied. They turned back to the door, taking a deep breath. Billy reached out and turned the handle, pushing it open. It was surreal, watching the train crash in the basement of the training facility on a screen, hearing the dull thunder of the crash a beat later. They felt it too, a very faint rumble in the walls all around them. In seconds, the camera lens was obscured by smoke. "We should get out of here now," Birkin said, pacing behind Wesker's chair. He wasn't worried about fire. The old terminal was practically made out of cement, but a train crash was hard to miss, and not every cop and fireman in the vicinity was on Umbrella's payroll. The facility was isolated, but it would only take a phone call from one concerned citizen and Umbrella's bioweapons work would be exposed. Wesker didn't even seem to be listening. He tapped at the monitor controls, shifting camera perspectives through other parts of the facility, searching for something. He'd barely said a word since the final transmission from the cleanup crew. "Are you listening to me?" Birkin asked. Not for the first time in the past few minutes. He was tense, and Wesker's cavalier attitude wasn't helping. "I hear you, William," Wesker said, still watching the screens. "If you want to leave, leave." "Well, aren't you coming?" "Oh, in a while," he answered, his tone calm and even. "I just want to check on a few things." "Like what?" "I'd say the train is pretty much cleaned up. That's why we came, isn't it?" Wesker didn't answer, only kept watching the screens. Birkin's hands clenched into his fists. God, the man could be insufferable. That was the problem with sociopaths. The inability to empathize tended to make them completely self-centered. "I've got work to do," Birkin thought, looking toward the door. Work, a family. He wasn't going to wait around for Joe Firefighter to come knocking, looking for an explanation as to why there were zombies wandering around the crash site. "Ah, there we are," Wesker said, thumbing a key beneath one of the screens. It was the main lobby of the facility, built to welcome execs and grunts alike into the less-than-legal world of White Umbrella. And as they watched, a hand came up through the floor, pushing aside a square cover. "That's the old access tunnel. Leads from the terminal." Birkin leaned forward, curious in spite of himself. A man with an elaborate tattoo on one arm crawled out of the dark square in the northwest corner of the room, followed by a small woman in a STARS uniform, a girl really. Both carried handguns, and looked around the finely decorated lobby with expressions Birkin couldn't read from the small screen. "Who on earth are those people?" he asked. "The girl is a STARS rookie, B-team," Wesker said. "No one of consequence. The male I don't recognize. Do you think, were they on the train?" "Had to have been," Wesker said. Birkin felt a new surge of panic. "What are we going to do?" Wesker glanced up at him, one eyebrow arched. "What do you mean?" She's with STARS, and who knows who he's working for. What if they escape?" "Don't be obtuse, William. They won't escape. Even if the facility wasn't locked down, the place is overrun with carriers. All you have to do is open a door or two, and they'll cease to be of any concern." Wesker's bland tone was chilling. But he had a point. The chances of anyone getting out of the facility were slim to none. As they watched, the two intruders moved carefully around the big room, one of the only rooms in the building free of the infected, both sweeping their weapons side to side. After a thorough check, the girl walked up the grand staircase, stopping at the small landing mid-floor. There was a large portrait there of Dr. Marcus, and the girl seemed surprised by it, as though she recognized him. The tattooed man joined her, and Birkin could see him reading aloud from the small plaque beneath the portrait. Dr. James Marcus, first general manager. Birkin shifted uncomfortably. He hated that picture. It reminded him of how he'd gotten his real start in Umbrella. Not something he liked to think about. Attention, this is Dr. Marcus. Birkin jumped, looking around with wide eyes, his heart pounding. Wesker didn't flinch, but turned up the sound on the console's ancient intercom as the voice of a man 10 years dead rang through the empty spaces and corridors of the entire complex. Be silent, please be silent, as we reflect upon our company motto. Obedience breeds discipline. Discipline breeds unity. Unity breeds power. Power is life. The man and woman on the screen were looking around as well, but Birkin barely glanced in their direction. He grabbed Wesker's shoulder, unnerved. It was a recording, one he hadn't heard since he and Wesker had still been students at the facility. Where? Who? Wesker brushed his hand away, nodding toward the screen, where the picture was fading. It seemed to blink, and then they were looking at a young man in another location. Birkin didn't recognize the room, but the young man staring back at them seemed almost familiar. He had long hair and dark eyes, was probably in his early 20s. And he had a sharp, cruel smile, as thin and cutting as a steel blade. Who are you? Wesker asked, surely not expecting an answer. There was no audio setup. The young man laughed, the sound pouring out of the intercom like dark silk. It wasn't possible. He didn't wear a headset, wasn't near any part of the comm system, but they could hear him clearly nonetheless. It was I who scattered the T-virus in the mansion, he said, his voice cold, his smile sharpened. Needless to say, I contaminated the train too. What? Birkin blurted. Why? The young man's cold voice seemed to deepen. Revenge on Umbrella. He turned away from the camera, raising his arms. To the shadows. Birkin and Wesker both leaned in, trying to see what he was doing, but they could only see movement in the darkness, hear something like water. The young man turned back to look at them, his smile even ever sharper, and from out of the shadows behind him stepped a tall, distinguished man in a suit and tie, his white hair slicked back, his features lined with age but powerful, commanding. It was the same face that graced the portrait in the lobby. Dr. Marcus, Birkin gasped. 10 years ago, Dr. Marcus was murdered by Umbrella, the young man said, his voice almost a snarl. And you helped them, didn't you? He laughed again, that dark and silken laugh, a laugh that promised no mercy, as Birkin and Wesker stirred, stunned into silence by the visible, living presence of a man they'd watched die a decade earlier. The young man sang, and the many, his children, turned the camera away, manipulated the controls that allowed his voice to travel. He'd said all he intended, at least for the moment. There was much to do, many choices to consider. Things were unfolding always unfolding in new directions. He sang a slower song, and the image and body of Marcus collapsed, reverted to the children. They gathered at his feet, coursed up and over his body, stroking him, adoring him, waiting for him to decide what was next. There was no plan beyond Umbrella's destruction. He had and would continue to employ whatever means came to hand, the virus, the many, the false images that the many were capable of creating. Like Marcus, he had been, for Albert and William's benefit, had undoubtedly left them afraid and confused. The young man smiled. How fortuitous that they, of all people, would be witness to the downfall. With luck, he would have the opportunity to see them expire, to stand by as they had once stood by, pitilessly watching their mentor in his last struggling moments, though their deaths were meaningless in the grandeur picture. What mattered was that Umbrella would soon be no more. He considered the man and woman from the train, how he might use them now that they'd entered the complex. His first inclination had been to kill them, to keep them from interfering, but that seemed a waste. After all, wasn't Umbrella now their enemy too? They would fight for their lives, fight to be free, and if they succeeded, they would draw immediate attention to the disaster, what he had always seen as the cross atop Umbrella's grave, destroying their laboratories, killing their employees. They could always build new labs, hire new people. Once the spotlight of the international press turned toward Umbrella, however, their ruin would be complete, and the world would finally know his name. The facility had been locked down, of course. It had been designed with almost as many door puzzles and concealed passages as Trevor's mansion, built a decade earlier. Oswell Spencer, one of Umbrella's co-founders, had been obsessed with spy movies and books, and as paranoid as any megalomaniac, which made for an extremely secure lockdown. There were hidden keys, doors that wouldn't open without missing pieces, even a room or two designed to trap unworried intruders. It wouldn't be easy for anyone to escape. But there were other false men seated throughout the complex, men created by the many, each prepared to infect any and all who came near. They had helped spread the virus in the first place. He could use them now to open the training facility, to collect keys and unlock doors, to ensure that the man and woman would at least have a chance to survive. It was a slight chance. The false men weren't the only virus carriers roaming the halls, but they had already proven themselves to be more resilient than most. The young man laughed, thinking of Albert and William, wondering what they were thinking. James and Marcus's brightest students, working damage control for Umbrella. After all these years, it was an irony beyond measure. The children cooed, covered him, delighted in his laughter, and sang their own sweet song, a song of chaos and interdependence, as their cool, slick bodies filled with blood of his enemies, merged and enveloped him. Breeds power. Power is life. The powerful voice faded, the great hall falling silent once more. It had to be a recording or something. It didn't sound live, but someone had turned it on, and she thought she had an idea of who. She turned her attention back to the portrait of Dr. Marcus and felt a shiver run down her spine. Well, that was creepy, Billy said. Not as creepy as seeing him on the train, Rebecca said, nodding at the portrait, made out of slime bugs. Maybe it's another stage of the disease or something, Billy said. Rebecca nodded, though she doubted it. The zombie-like people they'd seen on the train and the man in the dining car, who appeared to be one James Marcus, didn't have the same symptoms. Or maybe the leeches infect some people and, I don't know, take other people over, she said. Yeah, Billy said. He ran one hand through his hair and smiled at her, a surprisingly pleasant smile. Anyway, you should probably find a phone or something, call your friends in. His tone was dismissive. Rebecca's hand tightened on her 9mm. What are you going to do? Billy turned and started down the staircase, his step light. I thought I might take a walk, he called back to her. She followed him as he walked to the front door. Not sure what to do, what to say. She seriously doubted that she could shoot him, not after he'd saved her life, but she couldn't just let him leave, either. I don't think that's such a good idea, she said. He pulled the door open. Cool. Humid night air swept in, though the rain had turned to drizzle. Much as I appreciate the concern, I think I've earned a head start, don't you? So let's just... He stopped in mid-stride, in mid-sentence, looking out at the wind-swept landscape in front of them. The facility, it seemed, had been built into the side of a hill. In front of them was a paved walkway, big enough to be a road, that stretched out 10 meters, and then ended abruptly, falling off into nothingness. Together they walked out to the edge of the path. There were light posts on either side of the front door. Only one of them was working, but it was enough to see that without a rope, neither of them was going anywhere. The path ended in a jagged line of rubble atop a steep slope that dropped down at least 5 meters, probably more. It was too dark to tell much of anything. You were saying, Rebecca said. So, I'll find another door, Billy said, turning back to look at the building. It looked like an estate. It was certainly decorated like some stuffy billionaire's weekend getaway, but they'd both seen the Umbrella Training Facility logo stamped into the polished marble floor. Rebecca figured it was like an executive retreat or something. It had an air of abandonment, but the place had power, lights. Of course, all they'd seen so far were the train. Of course, all they'd seen so far was where the train had crashed, the extravagant lobby, and a half-submerged tunnel that connected the two. Not much to go on. I saw at least 2 in there, not counting whatever's at the top of the stairs, he continued. And if all else fails, maybe I can crawl back out through the train. Assuming my friends don't show up first, Rebecca said. She stepped back, picked up her radio and hit the transmit signal. Billy's radio beeped in response, but that was the only response. After a long moment of radio silence, the only sound that of rain dripping off distant trees, Billy smirked. Assuming you found a phone. God, he was irritating. She turned and started back for the house, slightly amazed, as she reached the door, that she felt safe enough to turn her back to him. Although if he'd wanted her dead, he'd already had ample opportunity. In spite of her intentions to the contrary, she was having trouble thinking of him as dangerous. Her instincts were telling her otherwise, and that was one of the first lessons that stars taught. You might misread your intrusion. You might misread your intuition, but it was never wrong. He caught up to her as she stepped back inside, and they both stopped, staring. The painting of Marcus was gone. There was a doorway there now, a dark opening in the wall from their angle at the bottom of the stairs. There was no way to tell what was past the opening. She was about to tell Billy to hang back when he stepped in front of her, his weapon in hand. As he swept the area, his posture, his gaze at full alert, she was again struck by the strong feeling that he wasn't what he had originally appeared to be. Not that I needed to be protected. She moved to his side, surveying the room as she'd been trained, and together they headed up the stairs, stopping at the landing. The new entry opened on a staircase, heading down a blank, barely lit corridor at the bottom. Questions, comments? Billy asked, peering down. Someone wants us to go downstairs, she said. Kind of what I was thinking, and I'm also thinking that might not be such a good idea. Rebecca nodded. She turned away from the opening, looking around at their options. There were 2 doors downstairs, one on the left wall, one on the right. On the second floor, she could see 4 more from where she was standing, and as she looked around, a loud thump came from somewhere behind them, from somewhere down in that blank, dark hallway. It sounded like something very soft and very heavy falling to the floor. Without speaking, they both edged away from the opening. "So, what say we extend our truce for a little while longer?" Billy asked, and though his voice was light, he wasn't smiling. Rebecca nodded again. "Yeah," she said, wondering what they'd gotten themselves into and what it would take for them to get out. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. They walked back down to the lobby floor, Billy glad that she'd agreed to keep cooperating. This place, whatever it was definitely bad news. She was inexperienced, but at least she wasn't nuts. "We should split up," Rebecca said. Billy barked a laugh, one entirely devoid of humour. "Are you nuts? Haven't you ever seen a horror movie? Besides, look what happened last time. We found the key to that briefcase, if I remember correctly, and what we need now is a way out of here." "Yeah, but alive," Billy said. "This place has hostile territory written all over it. I suggest a truce in the first place, because I don't want to die. Get it?" "You've taken care of yourself pretty good so far," she said. "I'm not saying we go get in trouble. Just open a few doors is all. And we've got radios now." Billy sighed. "Didn't the stars teach you about teamwork?" "Actually, this was my first mission," Rebecca said. "Look, we take a look around. Call if we find anything. I'll head upstairs, you check down here. If the radios fritz out, we meet back here in 20 minutes. I don't like it. You don't have to, just do it." "Sir, yes, sir," Billy snapped. She wasn't lacking leadership tendencies. He'd give her that, although maybe it wasn't so hard to order a convicted felon around when you worked for the law. "How old are you anyway? I'd like to know. I'm taking orders from someone more mature than your average Girl Scout." Rebecca shot him a scowl, then turned and went back upstairs. A few seconds later, he heard a door close. "Well," Billy looked around the lobby. "Eeny, meeny, miny, mo," Billy said, turning to the left wall. He didn't want to go it alone. He'd rather have backup. But it was probably better this way. If he had found an exit, he could take his walk after all. Call her to say goodbye on his way out. Leaving her behind wouldn't make him feel so hot, but she could hold up and wait for rescue. She'd be all right. He had to keep his continued health in mind. If any other stars showed up, or the RCPD, or the MPs, he'd be on his way back to Regathon in a heartbeat. He pursed his thought away as he stepped up to the door. He'd been pretty screwed up since the sentencing, filled with rage and anguish in equal parts. Since the jeep wreck, he had been able to put his date with death out of mind, a necessity if he wanted to be able to think clearly. He had to keep it up. "Let's see what's behind door number 1, he mumbled, pushing the nondescript door open, and tensed, raising the handgun, taking aim. It was a dining room, one that had once been quite elegant. Now there were 3 infected men wandering around the trashed dinner table in the centre of the room, and all 3 were turning toward him. They all looked like zombies, their skin grey and torn, their eyes blank. One of them had a fork sticking out of one shoulder. Billy quickly closed the door and stepped back, waiting to see if any of the creatures could manage the doorknob. The emptiness of the lobby weighing on his back like a cold stir. After a few beats, he heard a shuffling against the wood, and then a low, frustrated cry. The sound as mindless as the zombies seemed to be. Well, the house, training facility, whatever it was, had been infected, just like the train. That answered that question. He grabbed the radio, hit the transmit button. Rebecca, come in. We got zombies here. Over. He thought about the giant scorpion thing and shuddered, hoping that zombies was all they had. There was a pause. Then her youthful voice crackled out. Copy that. Do you need help? Over. No, Billy said, annoyed. But don't you think we should reconsider our plans? Over. This doesn't change anything, she said. We still have to find a way out. Keep looking and let me know what else you find. Over and out. Great. Wonder Girl was sticking to the plan. So door number 2, unless he wanted to take his chances with three of the things. He turned and walked across the room, telling himself it would be a waste of ammo, which was true. It was also true that he didn't want to shoot sick people, no matter how deranged, and that the zombies were seriously freaky, and if he could avoid them, he would. He pushed the second door open, held it, his senses on high. It opened into a plush hallway that led along to his right, turning not far ahead. There was no sound, no movement, and it smelled like dust, nothing more ominous. He waited a moment, then stepped inside, letting the door settle closed behind him. He crept down the hall, his steps muffled by thick carpet, leading around the turn with his weapon, letting out a breath when he saw that it, too, was clear. So far, so good. The hall continued on, turning again, but there was a door on the left he could try. Billy pushed the door open and smiled at the empty bathroom, at the row of sinks that he could see from the door. That reminds me, he said, stepping inside. He checked the room quickly. Sinks lined 2 walls of the U-shaped room, 4 toilet stalls lining the third, discreetly out of sight from the door. As nice as the house would, it did seem to be abandoned, perhaps recently. One of the stall doors was hanging off its hinges, the toilet seat fractured, and there were a few odds and ends scattered across the floor, empty bottles, potted plants, unlikely debris for a bathroom. There was even a plastic gas tank in one of the stalls. On the other hand, there was relatively clean water in the bowl, which, considering the urgency of his visit, was good enough for him. He was just zipping up a minute later when he heard someone step into the bathroom. A single step, then a long pause, then a second step. Had he closed the door? He couldn't remember, and silently cursed himself for the slip. He pulled his weapon and pivoted on the balls of his feet, moving silently, easing the stall door open. He couldn't see the door from where he was, but he could see part of the room reflected in a long mirror above the sinks. He kept the handgun level and waited. A third step, and again silence. Whoever it was had wet feet. He could hear the soles of his or her shoes coming off the floor with a squelching sound, and on the 4th step he saw a profile in the mirror and stepped out of the stall, feeling a strange mix of horror and relief as he readied himself to fire. It was a zombie, a male, its face slick and blank, its eyes trained on nothing as it swayed slightly, balancing to stay upright. They were awful, but at least they were relatively slow, and much as he didn't like the job, killing them was surely a mercy. The zombie took another step, moving into Billy's line of fire. Billy took careful aim, sighting just above the thing's right ear. He didn't want to waste a shot, and the zombie turned suddenly, quickly, faster than it had any right to move. It crouched slightly, stared at Billy through one blood-burst eye, the other looking at the wall, and reached for him, still 2 meters away, but its arm was stretching, thinning out as it snapped toward him like a rubber band, the fabric of its wet, colourless shirt stretching with it. Billy ducked. The thing's hand sailed over his head and slapped against the stall door with a wet smack, then retreated, pulled back to the inhuman body that somehow looked like a zombie. On the train, like Marcus, it was close enough that he could see the movement of the creature's clothes, the strange rippling effect as its arm snapped back into place. Leeches, the goddamn thing was made out of leeches, and as it took a step closer, Billy stumbled backward into the stall, firing into its wet and meaty face. It hesitated, black ooze sliding from the wound that appeared just below its left eye, and then the wound disappeared, the fox skin gliding over it, the leeches resituating themselves, healing themselves. It took another step forward, and Billy kicked the stall door closed, slamming it and holding it with one boot, running through ideas and discarding them just as fast. Call for Rebecca, no time. Keep shooting, not enough bullets. Run, it's blocking the way. Billy hissed in frustration, and his frenzied gaze fell on the red plastic gas can on the floor. He threw himself forward, blocking the stall door with one shoulder as he dug through his right front pocket, there under one of the rifled shells. He pulled out the lighter he had taken from the train, thanking God for it, and bent down, scooped up the gas tank, scooped up the gas can, the loose handcuff banging against the plastic. It wasn't quite half full. Jesus, I hope that's gas. Well, that's gas. The stall door was struck as though by a battering ram. Billy bounced off, then threw himself forward again, unscrewing the lid of the container with one shaking hand, his shoulder aching. The creature was strangely, horribly silent as it again charged the door, slamming it into it hard enough to dent the metal. The dizzying scent of gasoline filled the tiny stall. Billy snatched at the toilet paper roll on the wall, jerked it free, and the door smashed open, blown off its hinges by another powerful, inhuman blow. The creature stood there, swaying, its one strange eye finding Billy, targeting him. Billy upended the can as he pushed himself to his feet, sloshing gas on himself. He thrust the can forward, pouring it onto the thing's chest. The reaction was immediate and repulsive. The body began to writhe, to tremble, and a high-pitched squeal erupted into the room. Not one voice, but 1,000 tiny creatures screeching as one. Thick, dark fluid began to run from seemingly every pore of its face and body. Billy gave it a solid kick, and it staggered backward, still cohesive, still squealing, the sound piercing in the small room. He didn't know if the gas alone was enough, and wasn't going to wait and see. He flipped the lighter open and spun the wheel, holding the roll of toilet paper over the flame that sputtered to life. A second later, it was aflame. Billy jumped out of the stall and dodged around the shrieking monster. As soon as he was past, he pivoted and threw the flaming roll of paper. It hit the leechman just below its breastbone, and the squealing cry intensified for one horrible, deafening second as flames roared over him, enveloping him, before he collapsed into 1,000 burning pieces. A black, burning puddle took shape on the tile floor. The tiny cries died out in a matter of seconds. A few struggling leeches crawled away from the fire, but they were disorganised, randomly sliding up the walls, slithering past his feet. Billy backed away from them, from the bubbling Dan fire, shoving the lighter back in his pocket as he neared the door. Back in the hall, he took a deep breath, blew it out, and reached for the radio. He no longer cared whether Rebecca's plans were. They were going to regroup ASAP and get the hell out of this place if they had to dig through the walls with their bare goddamn hands. December 4th. When we first started, I had my doubts, but tonight we celebrate. We finally did it after all this time. We're calling the new construct virus progenitor. Ashford's idea, but I like it. We'll begin testing immediately. March 23rd. Spencer says he's going to start a company specialising in pharmaceutical research, maybe branch into drug manufacture. As always, he's the businessman of our group. His interest in progenitor is primarily financial, it seems, but I'm not going to complain. He wants to see us succeed, which means he'll keep us well funded. As long as he's writing checks, he can do what he likes. August 19th. Progenitor is a marvel, but its applications are still so unsure. Just when we think we have the amplification rate documented, when we have a half dozen tests all showing the same results, everything falls apart. Ashford is still banking on working the cytokine numbers coming at it backward, but he's dreaming. We need to keep looking. Spencer keeps asking me to be the director of his new training facility. Maybe it's because of the business. But he's becoming intolerably pushy. In any case, I'm considering it. I need a place to properly explore new possibilities for this virus. A place where I will not be interfered with. November 30th. Damn him. Let's have lunch, James, he says. Old comrades and fond memories. It's bullshit. He wants progenitor ready now. His friends in their white umbrellaed clubhouse with their ridiculous spy games for the rich and jaded. They want something exciting to play with, to auction off, and they don't want to wait for it. Fools. Spencer thinks that this will all come down to money, but he's wrong. That's not what any of this is about. Not anymore. I don't know that it ever was. I have to strengthen my own position, guard my queen, so to speak, or I could be steamrolled. September 19th. At last, I engineered a plasmid with leech DNA and then recombined it with progenitor, and it's stable. It was the breakthrough I've been counting on. Spencer will be happy. Damn him though. I'll only let on that some progress has been made. Not how much, not how. I've named it after him. My own private joke. I'm calling it T for Tyrant. October 23rd. I can't think of them as human beings. They're test subjects, that's all. I knew the research would have to come to this someday. I knew it, and I didn't know it would be this way. I must keep my focus. The T-virus is magnificent. These subjects should be honoured to experience such perfection. Their lives pave a road to a higher awareness. Test subjects, that's all. Pawns. Sometimes pawns must be sacrificed for the greater good. January 13th. My pets have been progressing with their own DNA in the recombinant virus. I thought I could predict how infection would change them, but I was wrong. They've begun to colonize like ants or bees. No individual is better than any other. They work together, a hive mind, coming together for a higher purpose. My purpose, I didn't see it at first. I was blind, but this is vastly more rewarding than the work on humans. I must continue those tests, however. I can't let on that I discovered the true meaning, the value of tea and what it represents. Spencer would try and take it. I knew he would. My king is in the open. February 11th. They've been watching me. I go into the lab. I see that things have been moved. They tried and hide it, make everything look as it did, but I see it's Spencer, damn his soul. He knows about my leeches, my beautiful hive, and this persecution won't end until one of us is dead. I can't trust anyone. Albert and William, perhaps, my castles, they believe in the work, but I may have to eliminate some of the others. The game draws to a close. He'll try for my queen, but the win will be mine. Checkmate, Oswald. It was the last entry. Rebecca closed the journal and set it aside, next to the chess set that was centred on the desk. When she'd found the hidden cache, she thought the rudimentary maps had been the prize. There were two, one that showed what appeared to be 3 floors of the building's basement, including a few unmarked areas that perhaps lay outside. The other seemed to be upstairs, a room labelled observatory, next to a wide open area marked breeding pool. But the small leather-bound journal, dusty and crinkled with age, she didn't know how old exactly, but one of the entries about working with the leeches had 1988 marked in an upper corner, had been the real discovery, written by James Marcus, presumably apparently the creator of the T virus, the same virus that turned men into zombies, that had infected the train and probably half of Raccoon Forest if the recent murders were any clue. Rebecca gazed blankly at the room's strange decor, the giant chessboard and that dominated the floor, her mind working. He had obviously been crazy by the end. His ramblings about chess, about the true meaning of the virus, maybe running experiments on people, had driven him over the edge. Her radio signalled. She had no sooner pushed a receive before Billy's breathless voice blurred in her ear. "Where are you? We need to regroup now." "Hello? Over." "What happened?" "Over." "What happened is that I ran into another one of those leech people in the can, and it very nearly whacked the crap out of me. Zombies we can handle, but these things, they eat bullets. Rebecca, we don't have enough ammo to hold more of them off. Over. They've begun to colonize like ants or bees." Who was controlling them? Marcus? Or had they developed their own leader? A queen? "Okay," Rebecca said. She picked up the basement and observatory sketches she'd found, stuffed them into her vest as she stood up. After a second, she grabbed the journal too, slipping it into a hip pocket. Meet me on the landing where the picture of Marcus was. I may have found a way out." Over. "On my way. Watch your back. Over and out." She hurried out of the room and down the hall, moving quickly. She hadn't gotten far in her exploration, just an empty meeting room, and then the office with the chess sets. Thankfully, she hadn't run into anything hostile. Billy was right about the leech men. There was no way they could handle more of those. In fact, it seemed likely that the only reason the collection of leeches on the train had stopped attacking them was because they were called off. She had had vague hopes of staying in the nice, safe house until help arrived, but after reading Marcus's journal, hearing that the training facility was infected, they needed to get out. After all she had already been through tonight, she forced helicopter landing. Hold on. After all she had already been through tonight, the forced helicopter landing, the train, Billy, the crash, now this, she kept expecting the cavalry to ride in, for someone else to take over, to send her home to a warm dinner and bed so that she could wake up tomorrow and start her normal life again. But it seemed instead that she was being drawn even deeper into the mystery of Marcus and his creations, of Umbrella and its evil experiments. The young man had moved to a place where the hive could comfortably gather, a large space, warm and moist and far from the possibility of daylight. The many surrounded him now, singing their tuneless song of water and darkness, but he was not soothed. He watched with cold fury as the girl, Rebecca, the killer had called her, and his cursed name was Billy, stole Marcus's journal, slipping it into a pocket before leaving the office. This wasn't why he had had the desk open for her, not at all. The map of the observatory, she was supposed to take only the map. The two met now in front of the portrait doorway, both speaking at once, surely relating their findings, their murderous exploits. He could see the thief and the killer on a video screen at one side of his new environment, a lower level of the treatment plant, but he could see them better through the dozen pairs of rudimentary eyes watching them, the children peering out at them from the shadows. The minds of the many were powerful, able to send messages to one another, to him. It was how they could work together so effectively. Rebecca and Billy had no understanding of how vulnerable they were, of how easily he could reach out and take their lives from them. They survived still only by his grace. A thief and her murdering friend, Billy had killed a collective. He'd burned it. The few survivors were still straggling home to their master, their poor bodies scorched, showing him the death of their whole by their lack of cohesion. How had he dared this unimportant man, this insect? Rebecca held out the maps, and they both studied them, too stupid, surely, to know what was expected of them. The observatory was the key to their escape, but they would undoubtedly try the basement first. It was just as well. He was no longer so sure he wanted them to go free. They started down the stairs, disappearing from the screen, from the many's sight, but only for a second as the couple came back into view through another camera. They stopped, staring down at the litter of arachnid bodies, dead and curled on the floor. There were 4 of the giant spiders, all killed mere moments before, eliminated so that Rebecca and her friend might avoid their poisonous bite. The spiders were another experiment, one doomed to fail, too slow, too difficult to handle, but lethal enough for the young man to have been concerned. He was sorry now. Watching the thief and murderer die would be his pleasure, in spite of what it did to his plans for Umbrella. The couple moved on, unaware that they were being watched by the creatures that had killed the spiders, who nested in the swollen, segmented bodies even now. Well, it's after 15:15, so I'll take another 10-minute break. So I'll continue at after 4:30. Alright, be right back. Okay, so book is almost half finished. Okay. So it's almost 20 to 5, 16:40 almost. So I'll take another break at 5:30. Yeah, so it says that when you're doing reading for long periods of time, you're supposed to take at least 10-minute breaks every 50 minutes. Well, 5-minute breaks every 25 minutes or 10-minute breaks every 50 minutes. So, yeah. Okay, so so far, Rebecca and Billy are in the training facility right now. They made it through the train. They, after reaching the training facility, they split up. Rebecca went upstairs. Billy stayed downstairs. Billy encountered one of the mimicry Marcuses, and Rebecca came across some notes left by Dr. Marcus, and then she grabbed schematics or sketches of that. One had a map of the training facility, but there was also sketches of I think was it the treatment plant and observatory as well. So now they know that they need to get to the observatory in order to escape. But before they head to the observatory, they're heading down to the basement first. So they go into the basement, and when we entered the basement in the game, there were giant spiders there. We shot them and made our way past. I think we both of them got poisoned, and I had to go back and get some blue herbs for them. But in this, the spiders are already dead. They've been killed by the something else, the leeches, maybe. Okay, so what to do? So yeah, there's like egg sacs or something inside the dead spiders. So what to do? Killing them would fulfill a need in him, the need to avenge the lives of the children, the need to assert his control. But exposing Umbrella was the priority, bringing the company to ruin by laying open its stinking heart, which Billy and Rebecca would surely do if they survived. The pair followed the corridor to its end, then through the door of a long-abandoned office. After a brief consultation with their map, they continued on into a dead-end room where live specimens had once been kept. The cages were long gone, the room empty now. The young man was unsure why they had chosen a dead end until he saw them move to the northeast corner, both of them looking up at the dark rectangle near the ceiling. The ventilator shaft. It wouldn't have been labelled on the map. Perhaps they believed it to be a way out. In fact, it led to... The young man shook his head. Dr. Marcus's private chamber, the room where he had once entertained certain attractive young test subjects. Why couldn't they simply leave? They'd find nothing in the private room. Nothing. Unless... The ventilator shaft was connected to another live specimen area, one that wasn't empty, and the creatures there hadn't been fed in days. They would very hungry by now. They would very hungry by now. Oh, forgot to put in B. They would be very hungry by now. All he'd need to do would be to have the many unlatch a gate or two. Rather than consider them an integral part of his plan, maybe he should think of Billy and Rebecca as test subjects. They might die, which, in truth, would probably only delay Umbrella's exposure for a short while. He was impatient, but he had to consider the entertainment value. Or they might survive, in which case they'd have an even greater story to tell. The young man smiled his blade of a smile as Billy gave Rebecca a boost, lifting her up to the ventilator shaft. She crawled inside, disappearing from view. Wouldn't they be surprised if a few of the leftovers from the primate series showed up to play? Around him, the children cooed, the walls, the ceiling dripping with their slippery fluids, surrounded by the many, the fate of Umbrella in his hands, and now 2 little soldiers for him to test, to enjoy watching as they pitted their abilities against the remnants of Umbrella's bio-organic weaponry. He was happy. Would they live or die? Either way, he would be satisfied. "Open the cages, my darlings," he murmured, and began to sing. Chapter 8. Rebecca pushed herself through the earth shaft, ignoring the layers of dust and cobwebs that were collecting on her hair and clothes, ignoring the suffocatingly close walls of thin metal. The map only showed the connecting shaft running between 2 rooms on the basement's first floor, but there were spaces on the second, sub-basement floor that seemed to be part of the system too. It seemed likely that one of the shafts vented outside. Billy hadn't been overly enthusiastic. Likely wasn't the same as probably, he'd said, but they both agreed that was worth a shot. At least it's not very long, she thought. Edging toward the square of light not far ahead, there was a thin metal grill covering the exit, but it popped off with a few taps clattering to the floor below. She got a quick look at a big stone room, dank and empty in the flicker of a dying light fixture, then pushed herself out, grabbing the edge of the vent and somersaulting to a crouch. She stood up, brushing herself off, taking in the new room. Oh geez, it was like some medieval dungeon, large, gloomy, a cavern made of stone. The rock walls were fixed with chains, the chains fixed with manacles. There were a number of devices sitting around that she didn't recognize, but that could only have been made to inflict pain. There were boards with rusty nails in them, knotted ropes in bunches, and next to a scum-thick broken wall fountain was a large standing case that looked like an Iron Maiden. She had no doubt that the dark, faded stains in the crevices of the rough-hewn wall were blood. "Everything okay, over?" She picked up her radio. "I don't think okay is the right word," she said. "But I'm all right, over. Is there another air shaft, over?" She turned, searching the walls for a vent, and saw one, 20 feet overhead. "Yeah, but it's in the ceiling," she said, and sighed. Even if they had a ladder to reach the vent, they couldn't climb straight up. She spotted the room's one door in the southwest corner. "Where does the door from here lead over?" A pause. "Looks like it opens into a small room that leads back into the corridor we came through," he said. "Shall I meet you back in the corridor over?" Rebecca started for the door. "That makes the most sense. Maybe we can try—" Before she could complete the sentence, a terrible sound filled the room, like nothing she had ever heard before, but also strangely familiar. It was a high, monkey-like shriek. "That's it. The primate house at the zoo." That was echoing, howling through the cavernous space, coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Rebecca looked up just as a pale, long-limbed creature peered out at her from the ceiling vent. It bared its teeth, thick and sharp, clutching the air in front of its muscular chest with limber fingers, screeching horribly. Before she could take a step, the creature leaped from the vent, jumping off against one rock wall before landing on the floor in a squat, on a tumble of thin boards in the middle of the room. It stared up at her, its lips drawn back over its yellow teeth. It looked almost like a baboon with short white fur, except that there were great tears in the fur, glistening patches of dense red muscle showing through. It didn't look as though it had been attacked, but rather as though its muscles had grown too large for its skin and were splitting through. Its hands were too big, its nails overly long, and they dragged and ticked across the stone floor as it edged toward her from the pile of boards, grinning maliciously. Slow, Rebecca eased her weapon off her hip, as frightened as she had been all night. Normal baboons were capable of ripping a person apart, and this one looked like it had been infected. The baboon edged closer, and from overhead she heard another, at least two other voices begin to shriek, the noise getting louder, more of the sick animals approaching. It was close enough now for her to smell the hot and musky scent of urine and feces and wildness of overpowering infection. "Rebecca, what's going on?" She still held the radio in her left hand. She depressed the button, afraid to speak, but more afraid that Billy's shouting would incite the creature, make it attack. "Shh," she said, her voice soft, as much to calm the animal as to shut Billy up. She took a step back, clipping the radio to the collar of her shirt, raising the 9mm. The baboon squatted lower, tensing its legs, and sprang, just as she fired, just as two more lithe and screaming forms hopped and capered into the room from the air shaft, one of them striking her head as it fell past, its ragged nails tearing at her hair. The strike pushed her out of the attacker's way, but it also knocked her off balance, her shot hitting nothing but wall, all of them landing on the pile of boards. And then the floor collapsed. There had been no new developments. The strange young man, whoever he was, and Wesker had his suspicions, which he kept to himself, had not appeared again, nor had the image of James Marcus. The cameras didn't seem to be working correctly either, making surveillance something of a moot point. Many had simply gone black, leaving them nothing to see, to consider. After several long, boring moments of listening to Birkin talk about his new virus, Wesker pushed back from the video console and stood up, stretching. It was funny. A few years ago, he might have been interested in his old friend's work. Now, with his own departure from Umbrella's folds looming, he found himself unable even to pretend. "Well, it's been quite a day," Wesker said. breaking through William's obsessive monologue when he took a breath. I'll be off. Birkin stared at him, his pinched, pallid face looming ghostly by the white light of the screens. What? Where are you going? Home. There's nothing more we can do here. But you said, what about the cleanup? Wesker shrugged. Umbrella will send another team, I'm sure. I thought keeping the spills quiet was the most important thing. Didn't you say it was vital? Did I? Yes. Birkin was actually angry. I don't want anyone else from Umbrella coming in. They might start asking questions about my work. I need more time. Wesker shrugged again. So, set off the auto-destruct yourself and tell our contact that it's all taken care of. Birkin nodded, though Wesker could see the uneasiness that flashed through his gaze. Wesker dodged a smile. Birkin was afraid of their newest contact to the big boys at HQ, avoiding interaction when he could. Wesker couldn't blame him. There was something about Trent, his oddly self-possessed nature. What about him? Birkin nodded toward the screens. Wesker felt a trace of unease himself, but kept his expression unperturbed. A fanatic with a grudge. He's great with video tricks, but I imagine he'll burn as well as anyone else. Wesker didn't quite believe that himself, but wasn't interested in unraveling the mystery. He wasn't a detective in some cheap conspiracy novel, driven by a need to get to the bottom of things. In his experience, anomalies tended to resolve themselves one way or another. If word about what really happened to Dr. Marcus were to get out, it won't, Wesker said. Birkin refused to be placated. But what about Spencer's estate, the facilities there? Wesker started for the door, his boots clanging across the metal mesh. Birkin followed, like a wayward pup. Leave that to me, he said. Umbrella wants combat data. I'm going to give it to them. I'll take the stars in, see how real training holds up against the BOWs. He smiled, thinking of the talent on the Alpha team. Strongman Barry, Chris's sharpshooting, Jill and her eclectic upbringing, the daughter of an unparalleled thief. It would be a most interesting fight. After seeing little Rebecca Chambers in the facility, it was obvious that something untimely had happened to Enrico's team. Wesker could use that, take the Alphas in to find the remaining men. Even if the Bravos manage to get themselves back to civilization, there will be the missing Rebecca to go in search of. The girl was brilliant, but brains didn't equal combat experience. In fact, she was probably dead already. They left the control room, Wesker striding down. They left the control room, Wesker striding down the hall, Birkin jogging to keep up. Be right back. Okay. Right, where was I? They left the control room, Wesker striding down the hall, Birkin jogging to keep up. They reached the elevator, still open from Wesker's arrival, and Wesker stepped inside. Birkin stood facing him, and in the brighter light of the corridor, Wesker could see the taint of insanity in the scientist's face. His eyes were rimmed in darkness, and he had developed a facial tic at one corner of his mouth. Wesker wondered vaguely if Annette had noticed her husband's descent into the deeper wells of paranoia, then decided that she probably hadn't. That woman was so blind to everything but the greatness of her husband's work. Unfortunate for their daughter to have such parents. "I'll set the destruct sequence," Perkins said. "Time it for morning," Wesker said, flashing a grin. "The dawn of a new day." The doors closed on Birkin's determined expression, a look of resolve on the face of a sheep, and Wesker's grin widened, his heart light with thoughts of what was to come. Everything was about to change for all of them. "Billy, help!" Billy was running as soon as he heard the animal shrieks, the crash, and was in the corridor when Rebecca's frightened shout crackled from the radio. He ran faster, stuffing the maps in his back pocket, his weapon in hand, cursing himself for letting her go through the air shaft. There, straight ahead, was the door, not far from one of the giant spider bodies. He barreled into it, slamming against it with one shoulder as he grabbed the latch and lifted. The door crashed open, and he was through. The overhead fluorescent strobed, damaged, giving the room an unusual air. Some kind of lab, maybe, though there was a mildewed cot in one corner. "Doesn't matter. Go." He flew across the room to the next door. Rebecca shouting again, calling for him to watch out, to hurry. As he pushed at the latch, he caught a movement off to one side, turned, and saw a decrepit-looking zombie standing in a corner. The lights burned on and off, the dying man watching him silently, his ravaged form disappearing into darkness with each flicker. It began to shuffle toward him. "Later, buddy." Billy flung the second door open, ran inside. Almost immediately, something flew at him, screaming. He ducked, caught a confused blur of red and white, of animal stink, and then the creature, it was a monkey, some kind of monkey, was past him, still screaming. It was joined by two others, the three of them quickly forming a loose circle around Billy, their lanky, muscular arms and legs in constant motion, swiping at him, their diseased-looking bodies dancing closer to him, then away. He backed up, wedged himself into the corner where the door met. A rock wall. Not wanting to be cornered, but more afraid of having his back exposed, the monkeys continued to dance in and out, shrieking. "Rebecca," he shouted. "Down here." She sounded far away. He saw the hole. Then, a few meters away, pieces of a splintered board littered the floor around it. He couldn't see her at all. "Hang on," he called, and turned his full attention to the monkeys, just as one of them got in close enough to make contact. It swiped at him with one overly large paw, its talons raking across the tops of his thighs. It didn't break skin, but the next hit surely would. Billy didn't aim, just pointed and fired. And the monkey spun back, howling, a gout of dark blood erupting from its chest, but it wasn't dead. It shook its head, stepped forward again, and Billy thought that he was probably screwed. They were too powerful, too organized. He couldn't get any one of them without opening himself to attack. Except both of the others leaped on the wounded third, tearing into it with greedy hands. The injured animal screamed, struggling, but its blood had inspired a feeding frenzy. The other two ripping it apart in seconds, stuffing great wet chunks of its flesh into their mouths. Billy had time to aim and took it. 1, 2, 3 shots, and the monkeys were down, dead or dying. He ran to the hole, dropped to his knees, and scurried to the ragged edge, his heart pounding, then sinking as he saw how far down she was. She was hanging on to a piece of metal, piping with both hands, a full floor beneath where he was standing. Beyond that, darkness gaped. It was impossible to know how far she might fall. "Billy," she gasped, looking up at him with frightened eyes. "Don't let go," he said, and snatched the maps from his pocket, scanning for her position for the fastest way to get to her. There was no quick access to the basement's second floor, not from the first. He'd have to go back through the lobby, probably through that dining room door where he had seen the zombies. The stairs to the sub-basement were on the east side of the house. "I don't know how long I can hold on," she breathed. Her whisper was magnified through her radio, through his. She had activated an open channel at some point. "Don't you dare let go," he said. "That's the goddamn order, little girl. You got it?" She didn't reply, but he saw her jaw tighten. Good, maybe pissing her off would keep her strong. He was already on his feet again. "I'm coming," he said, and turned and ran, back through the door to the strobe light lab. The zombie there had moved, was standing in between him and the room's exit back to the corridor, but Billy didn't bother with the weapon. Too afraid for Rebecca to take the time, he put out one arm like a quarterback in the big game and hurtled into the creature, shoving as hard as he could, still running as the zombie reeled back, fell to the floor. Billy was out and gone before its frustrated, hungry cry could reach him. Down the hall, past the impossible spiders, up the stairs, he ejected the clip in the 9mm, pocketed it, fumbled the spur out and jammed it home as he tore through the lobby. Hang on. He didn't hesitate at the dining room door. Slamming it open, rushing inside, he spotted two of the zombies safely out of his way, blocked by the dining room table. The third was standing near the door he thought would lead him to Rebecca. It was the soldier with the fork in his shoulder, and Billy stopped just long enough to take aim, to fire 2 rounds into its already oozing head. The first went wide, but the second shot blew a substantial piece of bone out the back of its skull, painting the wall behind it with rotten grey matter. It hung there a moment, the body, and Billy was already past it by the time it hit the floor. Through the door, which opened into a short hall, left or right, without a map of the first floor, he couldn't know, but the placement of the stairs on the basement map suggested left. With no time to reason it out, he hurried on, leading with his weapon, down a few steps and around a giant hissing boiler. Steam clouded the maintenance room, but he found his way, found another set of stairs, metal and rusted. At the bottom was a door. He pushed through, remembering from the map that he would enter a large room with some kind of fountain in the middle, something big and round anyway. There were 2 smaller rooms to the west, branched off from another short hall, and one of them should be where Rebecca was. The one all the way at the end, maybe. The big room was cold and damp, the walls and floor made of stone. He ran through, glancing at a large monument to his left. What he'd thought was a fountain on the map. It was some kind of statuary. Blind eyes stared at him from the faces of carved animals, watching him sprint by. And there was a shriek from the hall just ahead, a blind corner, but he knew the sound from only a minute before. There was another monkey there. Shit, he'd have to take it out. Couldn't risk turning his back on it. "Billy, please." The voice over the radio was desperate, and Billy put on speed, ignoring the part of him that commanded him to stop, to wait for the animal to show itself so that he could dispatch it from a safe distance. He dashed ahead, around the corner, and there was the monkey, terrible, shredded looking, howling. And Billy, who'd run track in high school, leaped. He hurtled over it and came down only 2 steps from a door, the monkey shrieking in anger behind him. If the door was locked, he was in trouble, but it wasn't. He bolted through, slamming it behind him, dropping and skidding on his knees to the great hole in the floor. She was there, still there, hanging on with only one hand now, and he could see that she was slipping. He dropped his handgun and shot out his arm, grasping her wrist even as her whitened fingertips let go. "Got you," he panted. "I got you." Rebecca started to cry as he rocked back on his heels, lifting her out of the hole, feeling a satisfaction that he'd almost forgotten had existed after all those months in jail. The sure, easy knowledge that he'd done the right thing and done it well. Billy pulled her out of the hole, using his body as leverage, pulling her practically on top of him in a rough embrace. Instead of pushing away, she let him hold her a moment, clinging to him, unable to stop the tears of gratitude, of relief. He seemed to understand what she needed and held her tightly. She'd been so sure that she was going to fall, to die, lost and forgotten in some stinking basement, her corpse picked over by diseased animals. After a moment she rolled off him, wiping at her face with one shaking hand. They both sat on the floor, Billy looking around at the bleak rock walls of another non-decrepit basement chamber, Rebecca looking at Billy. When the silence stretched too long, she reached out, put a hand on his arm. "Thank you," she said. "You saved my life. Again." He glanced at her, looked away. "Yeah, well, we have that truce thing, you know." "Yeah, I know," she said. "And I also know you're not a killer, Billy. Why were you on your way to Ragathon? Were you really involved in those murders?" He met her gaze evenly. "You could say that," he said. "I was there, anyway. I was there. That wasn't the same thing as actually killing anyone. I don't think you killed your escort earlier tonight. I think it was one of these creatures and you just ran," she said. "And I know I haven't known you for very long, but I don't believe that you murdered 23 people either." "It doesn't matter," Billy said, staring at his boots. "People believe what they want to believe." "It matters to me," Rebecca said, her voice gentle. "I'm not going to judge. I just want to know what happened." He was still staring at his boots, but his gaze had gone distant, as if seeing another time, another place. "Last year, my unit was sent to Africa to intervene in a civil war," he said. "Top secret, no US involvement, you understand. We were supposed to raid a guerrilla hideout. It was summer, the hottest part of summer, and we were dropped well outside the strike zone in the middle of a dense jungle. We had to hike in a ways." He trailed off a moment, reaching for his dog tags, holding them tightly. When he spoke again, his voice was even softer. "The heat got half of us, the enemy got most of the rest, picking us off one at a time. By the time we got to where the hideout was supposed to be, there were only 4 of us left. We were exhausted, half crazy, sick with the heat, sick with heart sickness, I guess, watching our buddies die. So when we reached the hideout coordinates, we were ready to blow all of them away. Make someone pay, you know, for all that sickness. Only there was no hideout. The tip-off wasn't valid. It turned out to be some dumpy little village, just a bunch of farmers, families, old men and women, children." Rebecca nodded, encouraging him to go on, but her stomach was starting to knot. There was an inevitability to the story. She could see where it was headed, and it wasn't pretty. "Our team leader told us to round them up, and we did," Billy said. "And then he told us..." His voice broke. He reached out and picked up his dropped weapon, stuffing it into his belt almost angrily as he stood up, turning away. Rebecca stood up too. "Did you?" she asked. "Did you kill them?" Billy turned back to her, his lips curled. "What if I tell you that I did? Would you judge me then?" "Did you?" she asked again, studying his face, his eyes, determined to at least try and understand. And it was as though he could see it in her, could see that she was working to be open to the truth. He stared at her a moment, then shook his head. I tried to stop it, he said. I tried, but they knocked me down. I was barely conscious, but I saw it. I saw it all, and I couldn't do anything. He looked away before continuing. When it was over, when we were picked up, it was their word against mine. There was a trial, sentencing, and, well, then this happened. He spread his arms, encompassing their surroundings. So if we make it out of here, I'm dead, anyway. It's that, or I run, and keep running. It all had the ring of truth. If he was lying, he deserved an Oscar, and she didn't think he was. She tried to think of something to say, something reassuring, that would make things better somehow, but nothing came. He was right about his options. Hey, he said, looking at something past her shoulder. Check it out. She turned as he stepped by, saw a stack of scrap metal pieces leaning against the far wall, and half hidden among them what looked like a shotgun. Is that what I think it is? She asked. Billy picked up the weapon, grinning as he pumped it, checking the action. Yes, ma'am, it certainly is. Is it loaded? No, but I have a couple of shells left from the train. It's a 12 gauge. He smiled again. Things are looking up. We may not make it, but there's a monkey out in the hall that's just begging for a taste of this baby. Actually, I think it's a baboon, she said, surprised to find herself smiling back. Then they were both chuckling, struck by the absolute pointlessness of her correction. They were trapped in an isolated mansion, hunted by God knew how many kinds of monster, but at least they knew that the creature in the hall was probably a baboon. Their chuckles turned to laughter. She watched him laugh, all pretense of arrogance, of tough guy machismo set aside, and felt that she was truly setting him for the first time. And felt that she was truly seeing him for the first time. The real Billy Coen. She realized in that moment that she had thoroughly failed her first assignment. He was no more her prisoner than she was his. Assuming they survived, if he ran, she wouldn't be able to bring herself to stop him. So much for a career in law enforcement. The thought made her laugh even harder. Whoop whoop. So the book is half done now. Chapter 9 is next. Okay, so so the book is half done. Stream is 6 hours and 20 minutes. I think I'll stop the stream now and take a short break, and then I'll start up again, so that way I can finish the second half of the book today, hopefully. So yeah, I'm going to stop the stream now, but I'll be back on soon, shortly.